Hi, Stream 204. How are you guys doing today? I'm going to be working today on trying to remove polling loops. Polling loops, dreaded things that they are. So yeah, there are many different polling loops that I have managed to put into my game, and probably shouldn't have put any of them in because they're a drain on resources. I've been tracking the amount of CPU time spent just looping for these various worker threads, and they're pretty significant. They add up to, I don't know, 40% of the CPU spent when the game is running and not much else is happening. It could be just that the when it's idle, it takes more because it's going to be a fixed amount of time. And if the game isn't idle, if there are a lot of people playing, then I'd expect the relative impact to go down because other things would be done with the CPU that scales with the amount of activity, whereas this stuff is pretty constant. Anyway, I kind of came upon a little surprise today, so thank you for whoever started to decorate the world with swords. It was a little bit too much, and so I spent some time destroying swords this morning, but I didn't want to totally destroy someone's work, so I designated this little subcontinent as the sword subcontinent, and I left all the ones in the walkway. So what I'll probably do soon when I work on... Hey there, Kobayashi Maru. I'll probably work on soon... the next step for like the items would be... because this thing can be done, I think in most zones we'll just have items despawn randomly. So you can still place items around, but they'll probably disappear after a certain amount of time. There's a thing that my dad and I used to do when we played the Ultima games, which was try to fill up the world with chests and the oceans with ships. And sure, that was fun single player, but I think in a multiplayer experience this can get a bit annoying. Although it is cool. The game didn't crash, even though I think all of this continent here is filled up with swords. All of this was all swords, and up here, this was all filled up too, all the way down here. So very impressive, whoever did that. I wonder if it was scripted, or if someone manually went around and just dropped swords everywhere. Because that's dedication. I want to award the dedication, but then say that we need to keep it a little bit balanced. Oh, you did that manually? Well, nice job. I'll give you some points for the dedication. I need to have another alternate command, like give multiple points. Let's round it up to a good 5 points. Very nice, but I want to keep it a little bit contained, if that's okay. Alright, I'm not going to do much work on the game systems today, though. I think I want to try to attack these loops. Spawning rate was too low that you could do other stuff in parallel. Yeah, it's pretty... That was the intent, is to not make them proliferate too much, but... Yeah, so that's maybe my first foray into trying to do game balancing. Obviously, it was high enough that you could make a lot of them, but if there were a lot of people playing, it might not be enough for them to go, you know, to everyone to have enough to keep constantly despawn NPCs. Your name isn't that because when someone creates a new account, I need to moderate the name. So I look at the name and say, okay, that's an acceptable name, and boom, now we see you. And then it also opens up a ticket for called a name check ticket that that a GM could use to request a name change if it's not an acceptable name. But I usually close it if it's fine. Yeah, it's the approval process. I should maybe call it name approval or something instead of name check. Rename. Okay, I need to sit properly at the computer, not to type badly. And I need this microphone to be adjusted. There we go. Rename name check to name approval. Oh, we had a couple other ones happen in the middle of the night, I guess. Or did I just Oh, I unmasked them, but I didn't mark these closed. That's what happened. I thought I did, but I guess not. All right. Cool. Hey there, Captain Stupid. I thought you had more underscores in your name. But hello, how are you doing? Been a long time. Can you swim? No, only Adam13531 can swim. I could let you swim, but then you'd be able to go beyond the bounds of the world. Into the eternal darkness beyond. Is that what you want? I can do that. Watch this. I can temporarily grant you the capability to go on water. There, now you can swim, Kobayashi Maru. Go for it. I might have to teleport you back to safety, though. And there he goes, off swimming around. Yeah, this capabilities bit mask is checked against the tile sets. So water has a 2, and mountains are 8, and the ground is all 1s. Normally everyone has a capability of just 1, but a 3 would give you land and sea. So if I gave you capability 2, you'd be able to swim, but you wouldn't be able to go back onto the land. This is way different from the last time you saw? Yeah, so there's, if you want to see how it changed over time, there's a recap video. I'm going to try to make one of these once a month and hopefully get better at it so that people can catch up quickly. Alright, let's take away your capability to swim. Hey, but let's give you the capability to go over mountains, though. Because why not? Now you can go over mountains. Actually, that means that if you were to go to this zone here, you'd be able to escape. So maybe I can't allow you to go over mountains. I'd have to make a different kind of mountain. Anyway, all of the game rules I plan to have controllable through the entity component system. So components like capabilities and items, which are actually part. Oh, you haven't picked up any items. Wait a minute. Why don't you have an inventory? Strange. Okay, that's a bug, because you should have an inventory. Where is Nui, for example? This should have been added to your player component. I wonder how it did not. I guess I can manually do it, and then you'll be able to pick up items. Yeah, weird. Okay, let's give you the capability. Let's give you some item slots. There. Now you should have 3 item slots. Weird that it didn't give it to you when you first logged in. Hopefully I did that correctly and you have item slots now and you can go pick these things up. You might have to refresh though. Okay, I need to write that down. Some players aren't getting item slots when they log in. Oh, I wonder if it had to do with your first login was creating your character. If you had refreshed or relogged in, it might have given you the slots. Could be new accounts only. Could be a problem with new accounts only. Oh, there was another bug that I realized last night. I talked about it in Discord. Is the stuck movements problem still exists. There were 2 players whose movement keys were stuck, like they were just trying to move constantly. And even though they weren't logged in anymore, which should be impossible. Hey, there's Kinkomatics. Yeah, so got some bugs there. Magical barrier. Make the void also be a barrier. I mean, I could do that. I don't know. I'm on the fence with that one. Excuse me. Hey there, Kinkomatics. All right. I think the first thing I want to do is show you one of the loops that I plan to fix. It's not service main. It's this run loop. So this has a while loop where we wait on a condition variable or a future. Either way, it's still a problem. But we only wait a short period of time. Here it's 50 milliseconds, and you can't see that. It's too wide. 50 milliseconds, right? So that means it's waking up, the thread is waking up and grabbing its mutex 20 times per second, even if there's nothing to do. What it ends up doing is checking to see if it's time to scan for server processes, right? And it also does this ping server, which has its own check to see if it's time to, for each server, is it time to ping it again? Right here. Or is there a ping timeout? So there are multiple intervals going on, and I have made the poor decision of just having a very frequent loop that we poll the clock to see if it's time. So what I'd like to do in this and other polling loops is these intervals, just build them into the clock. So you can just say to the clock, call me back when this interval has elapsed or when this time has arrived. And then just not have a timeout for the wait. Just wait for the next callback from the clock. How many lines of code have you written to make the... How many lines of code have you written to make the game? I had measured this a while ago, so it's old, but... I wrote it down here somewhere. Slot count. So back in January. Not counting... Well, counting the stuff I wrote before I started streaming, which was mainly the system abstractions, 10,000 lines. It's 47,000. So on stream lines, probably about 35,000. Split between the web server, JSON, the wrapped implementation, web sockets, URIs, hash functions, cryptographic signing. Yeah, so it adds up. And this is probably a lot bigger now, but back in January, the game server was only 7,300 lines. It's probably more now. And the slot counts, I don't really like them because I think they're misleading. When I have punctuation like this line gets counted, I don't know if it should be. Because if I did that, that's one less line, but it's the same amount of code, right? So I don't know. I think it's kind of a rough estimate, if anything. I don't know how long I'm going to be able to stream today because my wrist is hurting me. I think I need a new mouse pad. Oh, now I'm turning my wrist. We have to protect ourselves against a repetitive motion injury. And I'm wondering if I need to give my wrist some rest time. Anyway, this whole thing depends on checking this timekeeper, which is implementing this specific interface. Okay, so this is for HTTP timekeeper. I'm wondering if I should just make a global timekeeper class, because there are several of them. And then just unify the APIs to that, and then add a callback mechanism. Hey there, Niet Gamer. Timekeeper is probably everywhere. In fact, if I just do class timekeeper, how many of those do I have? I have that many? Oh, wow, yeah. So I have 8 different timekeeper interfaces, and they're all the same. Ooh. Wrist some rest. Yeah, that is a tongue twister, isn't it? Yeah. I have to try to not use my mouse so much. That hurts. I think all these APIs are pretty much the same. Ow. Thanks for the follow, Yet Gamer. Oh, man, my wrist is stinging now. Need to make sure I'm ergonomically correct here. Turn things a little bit. Yeah, you can see the game. You can log into it here. You can read more about it here. And this is what it looks like. Someone, Nui had a fun playing around with picking up swords in the game. They spawn over here, picking them up and putting them out into the world. Do you do any fancy rich stretches and stuff? I should. I haven't been, and I don't know. I must have tweaked it yesterday, or the day before, or something. Oh, yeah. I don't know if I can keep going with this thing. Maybe I'll just talk for a while. I'll use my left hand only. And my light just almost fell. Yeah, so you can see there, a sword just so this is a spawning area for the swords. I've been calling that the armory. So I made it so that players can pick them up, and you have to have one in your inventory to defeat one of these NPCs that also randomly spawns. And these ones down here are just asking for it. They're like, I see these swords on the ground. You can't pick them up and get me. You wouldn't dare. But if a player went to pick up a sword and then stepped on an NPC, they would despawn them. The swords have durability, so after 3 uses, they get broken. So if I were to look at one of these swords, this is what it looks like in the game. It has an item component, durability 3. It's got a name, although we're not using it yet. And this type sword is what's matched up in the game systems to say if in your inventory you have one of these, you can when you step on an NPC, they get despawned. And the other components are what it looks like and then where it is in the game. So for example, I could change this tile, and I have to set this to true in order for this to work, but I can change that particular sword into gold pieces and then change it back. The tile sets look like this, so they're loaded from one PNG file, and it's like a sprite sheet. So the background tiles are another set, NPCs are another. I have a decorative one I haven't used yet, except for the gateway icon up there. Thanks for the follow, King Kong. You learn to appreciate keeping yourself from repetitive injury when you work in manufacturing. Yeah, I really should start doing that. When you get older, you break more easily. So yeah, if you have any specific questions about the game, let me know. But the game is not that old. There's a recap video showing what's been done in just the last month. So the game really didn't exist. If you went back a month or maybe 5 or 6 weeks ago, it was all black and there were just placeholders. And then I added one thing after another, and a lot of viewer feedback. So when people said, hey, they'd like to see me add NPCs in the game, I went ahead and added them. And then yeah, what else to say? The game isn't complete. If I go beyond the visible range here, you can see there's nothing there. I did add different zones, and so at first players couldn't reach them, but then I added these gateway teleporters, and they are basically just entities that have a trigger component with certain data in there that says when you step on them, transport the player to these coordinates in the game. The different zones are the Z coordinate, and so there's a default zone for when there was no zones in the game that's grandfathered in, and then there are 2 zones that are numbered right now. This one is where you end up when you go through that teleporter, and it's a fun little place where I was demonstrating a hidden teleporter that brings you back. So if you wanted to get out, you'd have to go the long way around. And then I have an infinite hallway here, which is just a teleporter that moves you back a few squares. So if you keep going to the right, you'll never get to the end of the hallway. And then I have a third zone, which is Slimyville, where I have a pet slime who is named, who you can't get to. And just playing around with assigning names to NPCs, it works just fine. And if I happen to put someone here, they can escape. So I haven't done really much any world building yet. This is all for testing. You still use Windows 98 and you're programming on it? Wow, that's impressive. I don't know. Is it possible to even get a copy of Windows 98 anywhere except for from Microsoft's MSDN? Really old. I'm impressed. Okay, my wrist isn't hurting as much. So maybe I can risk some coding. I wonder why it can't find that file. Wait a minute. Why is this in AWS? Oh, this is a test program. Did this not... No, it's right. I think IntelliSense is just messed up. Okay. Let's do the orchestrator timekeeper first. I think what I'm going to do is promote the timekeeper class to this 09K clock, which essentially does the same thing. This has a get current time, and this has a get time, and I can fold them together, I think. So let me take this file, timekeeper HVP, and paste it. Well, this 09K was over 9,000, and so that was a meme. I wonder if it... I'm starting to regret that I named the thing after a meme. I guess I could put the interface somewhere else. Maybe a new component called timekeeping. Okay, yeah, why not? I forget how to make a directory at the top level. Was it select a file at the top level and then hit new directory? Yeah, okay, so call it timekeeping. And pick one of these that has an up-to-date README. That's not really up to date. One that has like dependencies listed in it. I was working on one yesterday. Oh, serialization, that's right. Let's just copy the make list, the license, and the README to timekeeping. Timekeeping. And so let's just have timekeeper. I have been capitalizing that. Is timekeeper a single word, or should it be two words? It's a single word. Okay, so I'm going to stop capitalizing the K. Hey there, Moon Tori. Okay, see you, NetGamer. Moon Tori, how are you doing? Okay, timekeeper is now a single word. Will I have sources? Yes, because I want to have a I think what I'll do is I'll have the timekeeper, and then you can give it a clock to use. Yeah, okay. So it will need a clock interface. Actually, let's rename this timekeeper to be what I want it to be, which is not only can it tell you the time, but you can schedule callbacks. Scheduler. Hey there, the Epic Unknown. How's the progress? Someone, or Nui actually, Nui admitted that they were the one to do it, but they put swords throughout this subcontinent here. I added items to the game that you have to defeat these NPCs. And I don't know what else you might have missed, but I have transporters in the game that teleport you around the map. Then there's also different zones you can go to. There's no story yet, so this is all test zones. So testing hidden teleporters and non-visible teleporters. And I've been working on performance lately, so I'm trying to get the game to be pretty performant so I can add more content to the game without it going over its budget. Mernin Cresper, or Krasner. I'm slurring my words today, I don't know why. So that's the progress. Let me know if there are any questions. I don't know what you missed. But yeah, I'm working on a new component today to get rid of polling loops by scheduling callbacks instead. The idea is that I'll have a scheduler component, a clock interface, which is going to be what the old timekeeper interfaces used to be. We're consolidating them. And the scheduler will let you get the current time from the clock or just get or callbacks whenever times arrive. Am I going to need system abstractions? Maybe not. Leave it empty for now. What's the key to use the items? It's G, or you there in the movement there should be a pickup item button also. As long as you have item slots. I was seeing there were issues where some people didn't have item slots. Let's see if you do. Yes, so you have 3 different items in your inventory. Oh, to use the items. You just step on NPCs and it gets used. Or if you right-click on it, it'll drop it into the world. I don't have a special button in the UI to drop the item, so you just have to right-click the item to drop it. Yeah, G picks up, but there's no drop key. Yeah, I need to go back and refine that. See, and as you step on NPCs, like, the swords will break, and so they'll disappear from your inventory. So if I refresh again, well, you won't be there. I need to click you again. So now you only have 1 sword. The other 2 have been broken. All right. Scheduling or timekeeping? Yeah, timekeeping's fine. I wonder if I can move 09K clock there. I don't know. STI. There we go. Okay, so include timekeeping source. New file. Clock.hvp. New file. Oops. New file. Scheduler. HVP. And then I needed a scheduler CPP. All right. Hey there, Resubaka. How you doing? Let me just steal one of these. Actually, let's just take the timekeeping. Timekeeper. Take this. And paste it there. Pragma once is the new way to do header guards. Clock. This declares the, well, interface. Will I need memory here? Well, yes. Doesn't need that though. Oh, hold on. No, this is the wrong thing. Shoot. I want this back here. How do you execute C++? You need a compiler and a linker, and then it turns your C++ into a program you can run. That's essentially what you need. Clock. Timekeeper. Timekeeping. Okay, this represents an object which can be used to poll or determine what the current time is during the execution of the program. Hey there, Cthulhu. How's it going? So. I think I hurt my wrist. I'm trying to take it easy right now, but might have to cut the stream short if my wrist starts to hurt again. Tweaked it, or I need a new mouse pad or something. Repetitive motion? Been working too hard, maybe? I don't know. Alright. Turns at current real time in seconds. Here, I need to define what that means. Do we just always want to say the current time in seconds since the clock's reference point? Typically, Unix epoch or midnight UTC January 1, 1970. The current time in seconds is returned. Hey there, Prof Elements. How are you doing? And scheduler. Well, can I just leave this empty? Nah. Scheduler. This is a class. This makes use of a clock. Well, this extends a clock by offering the capability of calling functions scheduled in advance. And I'll leave it out for now. Well, hold on. This one's concrete, right? So it needs to have this one didn't need memory, actually. But this one, I guess I can steal from here. No, I can't. I need to go to, like, Orchestrator or something. Concrete one. Yeah, I need to grab all of this stuff. Ooh. The indentation's all wrong. There we go. So this turns into scheduler. This is the rule of 5. Default constructor, and there's nothing else yet. Just getting a skeleton set up here. Scheduler. This contains the implementation of the scheduler class. What did I have here? I guess we're putting the namespace in front. All right. Include timekeeping scheduler. This all needs to be inside of a namespace. Timekeeping. And nothing in here yet. Just make sure it builds. That's fine. Friends, you can lurk anytime. Cool, builds. Let's set up a tests. Test. Copy from somewhere else that has tests. How about Twitch? Here we go. Just copy these. Scheduler tests. And this needs scheduler. And Google test, and that's it. Twitch is timekeeping. Alright, what are these? Well, I need G-test for sure. Don't know about these yet. That for sure. Collapse the anonymous namespace and delete it. There's the common test fixture. Here's the unit under test. Don't know what else I need. And that this is all the test fixture. The unit under test, and then this is these are helpers, so I can remove these. Here's the test fixture setup. We'll just leave it empty for now. All right, and then what's the first test I want? Just a schedule callback? Schedule. And this should include a add subdirectory. Like this. Let's build that. Huh. Oh, wait a minute. Schedule, no, timekeeping. That's scheduler. Dependency wasn't right. Now it'll find the header file. Cool. And then I can build it too. It won't do anything. I can verify I can run it though. Timekeeping tests. Yay, it runs. It doesn't do anything, but it runs. So here's where I'm going to do the test-driven development, right? So we're going to say what we expect to happen. So since this is very, well, no. This is designed to work with a clock interface, right? So I want to be able to define a clock. Like a pretend clock, a mock clock. Mock clock, there you go, another tongue twister. Oh, I hear a beast outside. Oh, someone let the beast in. Hold on a second. I'll show you the beast. You ready for this prowling beast who hungers? Beast who hungers. He's gonna get you. He's gonna eat you. He wanted to be let in from the backyard. All right. I have a mock timekeeper somewhere. I have like a lot of them, so let me just steal one. There we go. The beast. Yeah, I didn't have a tier 1 slot available. So, I had to put him in a tier 2 slot. I wasn't joking. Yeah, he's quite the beast. Here we go. Fake timekeeper. Something simple, but I didn't want to write it from scratch. Paste it here. Fake time. So this is a fake clock, really, because I'm changing the name. Which is used to test the scheduler. Let's just take this word and replace it everywhere with clock. And then this is clock if we include, well, timekeeping clock. I have to do that. But we have to include the interface. Current time, get current time, current time. That's all it needs. And so let's put one here. This is the mock for the clock which drives the scheduler. And I think I'm going to have it shared, so we'll make this a shared pointer to a mock clock. Make shared mock clock. And I think the setup will just require that the scheduler can have a set clock on it. All right, and then how to write this? Const auto callback equals, and that's let's have like a called back false, and so we'll capture that by reference. And it'll just set it. Actually, I'm going to do more than I have a bool. I'll use future to make this one a promise to return a bool. Well, a promise actually doesn't, I don't even need any state really. It's just an empty promise. An empty promise. And we'll get the future from it. So auto, oh, you're unlurking to talk to me. Was called back. We'll just call it called back future. It's called back dot get future. Capture that just so that we can set the value. Oh wait, hold on. I got this backwards. The promise is what you set the value on. Set value. Then we get the future, and we can wait for it. The player name gets obscured by portals. Yeah. The that's an open issue right now, that the draw order isn't favoring player titles. Also, it should probably favor your own title above everything else. So the portal and your name are both at depth 1 draw order. So it's just random which one gets drawn first, really. So I want to make it so that your own, if we keep the name titles at all, so that's also a question, but if we keep them, I kind of want your own nameplate to be topmost as well as your own tile to be topmost always. So it would be like 99 for you. And then other nameplates I think should show up on top of portals or any kind of background. So I'll probably have to establish different categories of draw orders, like background, items on the ground, NPCs, and then players and player nameplates, or just nameplates. And then another thing is, if you have two people very close to each other or on top of each other, the nameplates draw over each other. And so if we keep nameplates, I'll probably want to have some scheme where it boosts one nameplate above the other. Like I've seen stream avatars do that. Or off to the side, shuffle them around so they're not drawing over each other. Yeah, so that's a known problem right now. Sorry about that. Okay, let's call this the arrange. The act will be that we tell the scheduler to schedule callback at for some time, so like 10 or something, 10 seconds. And then we'll say const auto was called early. And we'll do this by taking the clock, mock clock. Let's have a helper for this. Advance mock clock by 5 seconds, right? And then this will be that was called back future. Wait for to poll a future. You do this. You say chrono seconds 0, and then equals future status ready. You can make the visibility of player names options for player, like show only name. Yeah, that's true. Could do that. That's a good idea. Okay, I need this to be a method in the fixture. Going back to lurk? Yay. It's like you've risen from the depths to claim your point, and that you're sinking back into the depths. Okay, so what we're going to do is advance the clock again. Was called on time. Let me, just to avoid rounding error, let me add a slight small, add slightly more to make it push it past 10 exactly. And then the assert will be expect false was called early. Expect true was called on time. This won't compile until I have a set clock and a schedule. Also, I need to fill this in. I wanted to do this in a way that avoids racing, like race conditions. So I had this scheme in other classes where there would be a testing hook where you can force the unit under test to wake up and perform one loop, so to speak. So I'm going to do that again here. We'll say mock clock, current time, plus equals delta time, and then we'll say to the scheduler, wake, or I don't know if it'll have a loop. I think we'll just call it wake up. This is a test hook to make it wake up, even if it was told to, even if it was waiting for a certain interval to elapse, just to force it to wake up to check the clock. Okay, so it means that we need wake up, set clock, and schedule. So set clock. Let's include clock, so that we can say here, set clock, shared pointer to a clock. Set the clock object used to synchronize callbacks, or used to know when to call scheduled callbacks. This is the object. All right, that's enough said. And then wake up. So I want to use another documentation thing I did before. This stuff. All methods in this section are for testing only. Special markers for myself. We'll put the test hook in here. Force the scheduler to re-evaluate, to sample its clock and re-evaluate scheduled callbacks. Even if the scheduler was asleep, awaiting the next scheduled time. Could you explain a few words the concept of shared pointers? Sure. Well, how best to do this? Maybe with a little text diagram. So, if you have a, let's just stick with integer. If you have in C an integer pointer p, right? And then you have another integer that isn't a pointer, and you say p equals the address of x, then if you were to say x is 42, and then you say like just printf x, that would print out 42, right? The string 42. And so would if you dereference the pointer, right? That's how pointers were in C. In C++, we have actually let me take this one step further. Let's say instead of having an x, you wanted to allocate new memory that didn't have a name. You would do something like p equal, or you do something, well, I kind of don't like the memory allocation in C, so I'll just use the C++ style, because it's compatible. You would say p equals new int 42, or let's say 43, right? Now when you do that, you would get 43, and then x is still 42, right? Because this is pointing to a new memory. The problem with dynamically allocating memory the old ways, like malloc in C and new in C++, is somewhere else in your program you have to remember to delete p, which means to deallocate. It's the opposite of new. To free up the memory where 43 is stored so that your program can use that memory for some other purpose. And if you don't do that, and if you did this in some kind of loop, oh, thank you for the sub. 6 months, wow. You don't have to type much, but thank you for your support. Appreciate it, Steinfeld. So yeah, if you have this kind of a thing in a loop, then you can imagine if you don't free up the memory you allocated in a loop, if you did it millions and millions of times, you could run out of memory for your program. Your program could no longer get memory. It might get, on some operating systems like Android, your program could actually be killed because it's using too much memory. That's called a memory leak. Thanks for the follow, Peter. So, a common problem with old types of memory allocation is people just not have these balanced. For whatever reason, either forgetting or because of some bug, there would be a new that didn't have a corresponding delete. It becomes much more of a problem if it's difficult to see how to balance them. You might have the new in one area of your program and the delete in a completely different area of your program, right? Or you might be allocating them and then storing the pointers in different places, and then it's hard to track which ones to delete and when. So the idea of a smart pointer is to address that specific problem. So instead of doing int p, you would say, for example, a unique pointer is the easiest one, right? To an int. You still do a new int 40. I'll just do 44, right? So it's kind of like you said int p equals new int 44, right? But there's extra stuff that goes into this object. It's not just the address of a memory location. In a sense, it looks like this. There is internally the address, right? I'll just use underscore for it. But there's also a, hold on, I'm getting ahead of myself. It's like a struct, yeah. For unique pointer, it's simpler. That's just why I wanted to start with it. Unique pointer is simpler, so it's like a struct unique pointer. Because the P is not itself a pointer, it has a pointer inside. It's not a pointer, so it's a value object, and that's important. That means that when this goes out of scope, its destructor automatically gets called. And so you can imagine that this has a destructor which says something like delete underscore, right? But then there's other stuff put into the structure to make it work like a pointer. So you can do dereference, you can do dereference like that, or with the arrow or whatever. But when this, because the outer structure, the pointer is not itself a pointer. Like I said, when it goes out of scope, like when the function it's in ends, or the object that it's in is destroyed, it automatically, the compiler sets it up to automatically call the destructor, which will delete the real pointer, and so you don't have a leak anymore. So once you start using these managed pointers, you no longer really need to worry as much about having the memory being deleted or not. It just gets deleted when you no longer have a reference to the object anymore. And unique pointer is used if you're not going to share it with some other code. Like you're not going to give it to a function which will hold on to it after the function is done. So it's a lot simpler. The more complicated one is the shared pointer. So it looks a little bit the same, so I can just take this and say shared. But they add on to it a little bit more. Essentially what it is there's a count. And it's initialized to 1. And the reason why you have a counter is that then if you were to copy this shared pointer, like you pass it to a function and that function stores a copy of the shared pointer somewhere else, it'll increment that counter to 2. And then when your copy of the shared pointer is no longer available, goes out of scope, the counter is decremented. But only when the counter reaches 0 do you actually do the delete. So it's like this: if minus minus count equals 0, delete it, right? And it's not as simple as this, because the count has to be shared along with the pointer so that all copies have the same count and the same pointer. And so, but the shared pointer class takes care of all the gory details of doing that. In other languages, like in C# and Java, this is just kind of built in. Every pointer is a shared pointer, where the thing with the name isn't actually a memory address. It's an object, sometimes with a counter and sometimes not, that automatically knows when to garbage collect, delete the memory, free it up for use elsewhere. And if it's copyable, it'll have this concept of a counter where as long as there's at least one copy of the original pointer, it won't be freed up or garbage collected. But as soon as all copies are let go, then it's free to be collected by the garbage collector, or sometimes just returned to the memory allocation system immediately. Depends, right? So what other names does it have? I think in Objective-C they called it ARC, right? Automatic Resource Collection. Yeah, so to learn more, just look up these words, shared pointer, unique pointer in C++. And languages, like I said, languages like C# and Java, I think pointers just are shared by their nature. They call them references. That's another term. This might be called a reference, as in it's its own object, and it refers to another object, and it has semantics like can it be shared? Does it have a shared? Does it have a count of how many copies are being shared or not? Right. So yeah, I use these now exclusively because it takes my mind away from having to remember when do I free the memory, and is it shared or not. Usually I'll use shared pointer but it's probably better to use unique pointer if you can, because this one won't let you share it. And so if you didn't mean for it to be shared in the first place, this will help prevent you from accidentally sharing a pointer with between two different parts of your program. Shared pointer, you can use it even if you don't share it, but if you didn't intend to share it and you accidentally do, it won't let you know. And the bug you can run into that is you accidentally share it with some code which stores a copy somewhere and never lets go of it, and then the delete never happens. And that's another form of leak. Another thing is you could have two objects, two of these, let's say instead of an int, it was a structure that had another pointer in it. You could end up having two things that point to each other, and then neither one can be destroyed, and that's called a circular reference. Circular reference leak or problem. Hey there, bug found. So anyway, I could probably make a more concise explanation, but there you go. It's captured in my VODs. All right, force the scheduler to wake up, yes, and then schedule. So we'll need functional for this. And so the idea behind schedule, let's actually return a token that we can use to unschedule. The idea is that you'd pass in a function that it doesn't need to return anything and it doesn't need any arguments. Oh, Silverlight, thanks for the resub. 3 months, wow. Awesome. So you've now been promoted to a silver gear. Function, which will be the callback. Yeah, thank you for your support, Silverlight. I appreciate that. Callback, and then we'll have a double, which is the deadline. What do we call deadline? Time. What do you call the quantity representing when the callback should be called? Due. Due. When it comes due. Hey, look at that silver gear. All right. Schedule the given function, given callback function to be called when the clock associated with the scheduler, when the time returned by the clock associated with this scheduler reaches the given due time. There we go. Call back. This is the function to call later. And then, or immediately, if the due time is now or in the past. Due. This is the value returned by the associated clock. This is the value that will be returned by the associated clock at the moment when the callback function should be called. Okay, and then what do we return? A token is returned which may be used to cancel callback call before the due time. So I haven't programmed that in yet, but we'll leave that in. So this one will not care about that, so that's what that void is for. And then to make this link now, I'll need to have some kind of implementation for these two functions, or the three functions. Scheduler set clock, scheduler schedule. This is actually the kind of thing I wish was in the standard library. Maybe it is, and I just don't know. If it was, I'm sure BugFound would tell me. Or Nui, or a few others that know more C++ stuff than I do. Okay, so this needs to return something. I'll just make that to let the compiler accept it. And then let's go run the unit test, which should fail now. The failure should be that it doesn't get called on time. All right, and this called early is just to check to make sure it really does use the clock. You're also a C++ newbie? Well, but you knew about the, what was it? I can't remember the name of it, but the flags you can give the compiler to check for something? How come I can't remember this? You were reminding me about it the other day. Now I'm not gonna be able to find it. I'm not gonna be able to find it, am I? Remember what you were telling me about? It was like some flags to the compiler. That's called craft. What if I search for NUI and then look at it here? Then I'll be able to see it. Sanitizer, undefined behavior sanitizer, memory sanitizer. I didn't know about those things. So you know something that I don't know. Yeah, NUI's been recommending I check these out for a while, and I haven't gotten the chance to do it yet, but there are sanitizers. I think you enable them with the compiler, and they will check to make sure that you don't do common things that lead to bugs in your programs. Probably something I should get familiar with. Oh, that's craft. Can't remember a freaking thing. I guess it happens to... My brain is focused on retaining certain information and just like a sieve when it comes time to remember other things. Where are the fancy functions? I don't know. For some reason the stream is even lagging at 160p for you? I don't have any drop frames today. Yesterday I had 90 something drop frames. Effects. Fancy effects. Fancy effects. One day I'll have fancy visual effects. If you're talking about my game, yeah, I don't have any... The only fancy effect I have is this rotating red square, which I use in the admin view to know where hidden triggers are. Actually, triggers whether they're hidden or not. I have a draw order issue there. It's drawing underneath. It should draw on top like on that one. All right. What's fancy enough? Well, the lack of fancy effects means I can stream at a lower bit rate. I could probably go down to 1 kilobit, megabit per second, right? Right now, I think I'm at 2. All right, let's implement this scheduler. So what will I need for this scheduler? I'll need to store callbacks. I'll need to have a thread or more, at least one thread that will actually call the callbacks. I'm actually thinking about having a pool of threads. We can start with just one. Ultimately, I think I want just one of these schedulers to drive the entire server, all of the timeouts. So having one thread would be a problem because while calling back a callback, you can't call any other callbacks that might be happening during the processing of one callback. The sanitizer thing aren't only C++, they can be used in C. Yeah, it will probably any language that LLVM supports, right? Thread. I'm going to want condition variable, and I'm going to want mutex, probably recursive mutex. And then I know people are going to hate me for this, but let's use a standard container for the callbacks. Is it PQ or is it just Q? Sorry for the blinding white. It happens to be a bug. Oh no! Now it's fine today. It was like inverse. Yes, the other day. Priority queue. I wanted to use this guy because it'll automatically sort by the due time for me. Yeah, it's in queue. Yeah, so priority queue. And we'll have a scheduled callback. Which I'm not sure if it'll have the callback in it or just a reference to one, because I want to have the idea of canceling callbacks too. Why is using a standard container for callbacks hated on? Just people say it's not the most efficient. I had received some feedback, I think it was just yesterday, right? That I should be looking into this one for a faster map. The idea is that the implementation of the standard libraries containers are not the most efficient because they have such a wide API and use for there's too general a purpose, so they're not focused enough. So it was recommended to me to look into this for a faster map and hash set. And probably down here somewhere it'll have the rationale of why it's better. Yeah. So I've heard this before, like unordered map is just slow as heck. And so you should use something else. Personally, I think using the standard containers is fine until you run into the standard container being the bottleneck in your program. Right now, the biggest bottleneck I have is the stuff I'm trying to fix today, which is polling. So that's not a standard container issue. That's more of my architecture is flawed and it uses polling too much. The way things are defined, have them make them slow at a point. Yeah. So that's if performance isn't an issue, it's fine. But if it becomes your performance bottleneck, then yeah, you'll probably find something that's better, or you'll customize one for your application. Which is ultimately that's the best, is if you handcraft a data structure that is the best performance for what you need it to do. Scheduled callbacks. So I haven't defined what this type is yet. Let's just assume it's a struct of some kind. And then it'll have inside of it the function we want, which is, maybe I should give this a type. So types using callback equals that. This is the type of function which can be scheduled to be called by the scheduler. Scheduled to be called by the scheduler seems redundant, but okay. So that goes there and in one other place. Here. No, here. And I can put it here. Hey there, Shake Soda. Not only checks, but also a horrifying implementation of them. Oh, it was Shake Soda, you were the one who was talking about stressing that to move away from standard containers, right? You guys should check out Shake Soda's stream, by the way. I would call Shake Soda a professional game dev. I don't know if Shake Soda would call themselves a professional game dev, but the game Shake Soda's working on is pretty cool. It's what was it, a 3D marble game, right? Sorry, I get my games confused a little bit, but check out Shake Soda's stream sometime if you haven't seen it. You have, in fact. Okay, then you are. You have earned that title. Timekeeping scheduler callback. Aha. Nice work, Nui. Yeah, this is Nui's work between streams. Filling up the world with swords. I trimmed it a bit because I didn't want to destroy Nui's work completely, but this was a little bit out of hand. But props for doing it. I was sort of a divided mind. I'm like, that's pretty cool, but yet I think it's maybe overly much, so I trimmed it down to this. Avoid standard map. So yeah, I use standard map, and I see it as a placeholder or something better when I need it, you know? Hey there, Clayman. Game based on Super Monkey Ball. There you go. I'll try to remember that. Clunky Ball. Clunky Ball. I need to say that a few times to memorize it. Clunky Ball. Shake Soda's game is called Clunky Ball. Unnamed VR game. So it's a collaborative project? You're working with other people on it? That's cool. Okay, we're going to hold on to the clock, right? So, clock. So, impl clock equals clock. So I'm going to probably start with just a single thread here. What are we going to call it? The worker. And we need to have a condition variable. I think I'm going to have it be any because I'm going to use a recursive mutex so that callbacks can re-enter the scheduler. So wake worker. And then we should have a flag to tell the worker when it should stop. So stop worker, false, and then a mutex, a recursive mutex. Mutex. I'll sort these and clean it up later. Basically, I don't want this to be default anymore. I want it to stop the worker, so this would be lock guard decal type impl mutex stop worker. Actually, this needs to be unique lock. Stop worker is true. Wake worker. Oh, it has to be impl in front. Wake worker notify all. Working on it with Karai 17. Okay, cool. EaseTL is EA's STL replacement for GameDev if you find the normal STL to be lacking. Oh, really? I'll write that down to look at later. There's some pretty good alternative maps. I think Google's dense hash map is a good one. I like these suggestions. Need a tool to debug your Boyer Moore Horspool string searching implementation today. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, find the needle in the haystack. I got it. You need something to read about master-master synchronization? The raft algorithm is for consensus, which is that when you need multiple processes, like in this case, game servers, to agree on something. My servers have to agree on the state of the game. So the raft algorithm, when implemented, means that one of these processes will become the leader and the others will be the follower. And the leader is the one that makes changes to the state and replicates it to these followers, and the followers just make copies. So that's what you mean by synchronization, like having multiple agents agree on some mutable state, you know, in generic terms. Then that might be for you. It's kind of complicated though. There's lots of issues with synchronization, right? Collisions and how to handle them. What happens when one malfunctions and the others don't? What happens when a majority malfunction? Stuff like that. Shake Soda said, I've never had to implement a fancier string search than basic linear searches from front to back. I guess in the general sense that's true, but maybe what you're searching for could be a pattern, like that requires some kind of state machine, regular expression. Yeah. Further reading with graphs. I like further reading. I need to, you know what I probably do? At some point I'm going to have to go to a 4-day-a-week stream schedule just so I can catch up on reading and all of these things. Okay, wake all of them. And then this will start it. So that is impl worker. I'm not done here, actually. Worker is standard thread. Address of impl worker, which doesn't exist yet. Properties, methods. Void worker. And passing it impl get. So after this, we need to unlock the lock and wait for it. Worker join. There we go. Hey there, Rally Monkey. And the improvements are just started. My right wrist is hurting me today, so I don't know if I'll make it the full 4 hours. So I think I tweaked it or something, or maybe it's repetitive motion. Are most of the maps really small? Yeah, right now they're small. One reason for them being small is I was hitting performance limits with my naive implementation stuff. So I wanted to improve the performance, and then I can then expand the game to be larger. Also, I don't have all the tools I need to quickly build larger areas, so I need to put those into the game. Nui, I paid him the $10,000. We've been over that. I think it's repetitive motion. So I'll probably need to get a new mouse pad. I think the one I'm using is kind of wearing down. Yeah, don't mess around with that. Yeah, I have a friend who has it too, so. Yeah, if on Discord I say I have to take the day off, it's probably something like that. I almost took the day off because it was like really messing me up yesterday. And I almost stopped the stream like a half an hour in because it started hurting, but now it's okay. Just have to try to take it easy. I think it's the mouse pad and the posture using the mouse. My left hand's fine. I didn't have issues before. No. Visualization of the Boyer Moore search. It's one of those cool Java things that shows me. Step back. How do I tell it to go? Reset? Search? Oh, here we go. Aha, so it's doing a whole word at a time or something? That's cool. Logitech M570 or MX Ergo. Posture's the biggest cause, yeah. Yep, I don't want to get an injury, that's true. Alright. Let's have the worker thread at least obey the wake up thing. So, same thing with the lock, right? Only it doesn't need impl, because it is the impl. And then while, not stop worker. Oh, this forgot to set that, didn't it? Oh, no, it did. While not stop worker. Right now we'll just wait on the condition variable, right? So, wake worker, wait, lock. And that's all I need, right? Make sure this doesn't have problems running. Cool, it runs, but I haven't done the scheduling stuff yet. Okay. Let's keep it simple for now and have it always return 0, and the scheduled callback just has the callback in it, and the time due. And to work with the priority queue, it needed to be comparable. Actually, I'm surprised it let me do that. I thought I needed to implement a oh, it uses less, but I didn't know less would work on a structure. Compare type. Binary predicate. Wait a minute. I thought it was less than. Oh, the default is less than, right? And the less it makes a comparator if you use the less than operator, right? Yeah, here's their example. Right, well, it just uses int. What about with the custom type? Using a lambda, using greater. Okay, I think I do want greater then, right? Because I want them sorted by smallest due first. Standard greater. Scheduled callback. Yeah, it's probably not doing what I want, but I'm surprised it actually compiled at all. So I think the way this works is I do a operator greater const scheduled callback other const. Why did that pop out? I don't know. So let's just return do is greater than other do. Too few arguments. Really? Oh, if I do that at this... Okay, I just need to have vector then. Is vector the default? Yeah, it is. Okay, fine. Let's break these out so I can see them better. All right. So schedule should just push one in the queue and wake up the worker, I think. So it's going to have to do this with the lock held. And this is where a custom type which is lockless would be able to let me get away with not having a lock at all. But do the naive approach first and see if it works. Lock guard. Scheduled callbacks. Push scheduled callback, which will make one right now. Scheduled callback. I can be a little bit smart about that and set it up outside here. Callback is callback. Do is do. I could make a constructor to do that, but don't feel like it. And then wake up, right? So wake worker notify 1. Vectors are pretty bad in debug. Yeah, I know. Yeah, they have a lot of overhead because they check for out of bounds and stuff like that, right? Okay, wake up. I think I'm just gonna do this, right? That'll force it to reevaluate. So then when it wakes up, we should check if there's anything. Should I do the sleeping at the beginning or the end? I think I'll do it at the end. So this is when we're determining how we'll sleep. We'll say, actually, it would be cleaner if I do it at the top, right? No, it's okay. It wakes up, it'll check stop worker right away, and then not enter the loop and leave. Okay, so if scheduled callbacks empty, just wait. Otherwise, we're going to look at the top one, right? Top, const auto, next callback, or next on schedule, next in schedule, and then we'll approximate the wait based off of the clock, I think. So let's get the current time. Auto is clock get current time, and then we need to the difference will be in seconds, and then I'll do a wait for that amount. So actually, if next in schedule do is less than or equal to now. You gotta go? Oh, congratulations to your brother, Shake Soda. Have a good one. And you had written they have a lot of overhead and debug because of that and the fact that MSVC implementations are like 20 calls levels deep. So a lot of call overhead. Oh, that sucks. It gets inlined when, yeah. I've heard about that too. Calls are okay as long as the compiler's smart enough to inline them. All right, so I think what I want to do is add a little bit of slop here. So we would have it wake up early. Is that smart? Actually, you know, it doesn't need to be exact. I'm not working like with sensitive multimedia stuff. When I worked on multimedia R&D, what we would do if we wanted exactly precise timing is you would take the due time and then subtract some kind of slop, which you would optimally you would measure it in real time, how much early you'd have to wake up, and then if you ended up waking up too early, you would just busy wait until and keep sampling the clock until you reach the exact time, and then you do your thing. This one I don't really care. If it's already due, then we shouldn't wait at all. So I guess I'll just turn this around. If it's greater than, we'll do a wait. So wake worker dot wait for the lock and the duration, right? Standard chrono. Let's just do milliseconds. I'm not the expert at chrono stuff. I don't know if I can use a floating point duration. I don't think I can. But if I take the, let's compute it. So const auto wait time seconds is the difference between these two. Actually, wouldn't it be better to just calculate that and say if it's positive? We would then have to take it, multiply by 1,000, and then do let's just do a ceiling of that. seal. And that needs to be converted into int. Did I get that right? Is it seal? That's for float. That's not a float. I always forget these little things. CLF. It's just seal, okay. And this is in math.h. Busy wait is the best wait. Yeah. It's an expense. It's a trade-off. If you want very, very precise timing, you're because the OS might not be precise enough to wake you up on time. You wake up a little early and then just it's like in real life. You want to be exactly on time. You wake up a little bit early and then you stand outside the door that you need to open exactly at the due time, right? You sit there and wait and you watch the clock and you're like, oh, okay, open the door now. You don't set the alarm to be the time in which the door needs to be opened because there's always going to be some time between when you wake up and when you can do the thing. All right. Oh, wait. Okay, then we have to do the thing, so... Can we just do it here? Is it else here? Yeah. Random question for me. You tried a little bit of Crypto the Necrodancer last night. With a little bit of free time you have, it really kicked your butt. You barely got to the second zone. It starts hard, but it gets easier. You get used to the rhythm of the game. And the amount of time it takes your mind to figure out what to do in the context goes down as you get used to it. So it's like muscle memory. You get a muscle memory after a while about what moves are correct. When it really gets hard is in the game mode where you have to be perfect in the level. There's a game mode, well, not I don't want to spoil it too much, but it gets harder. You have to start to get perfect levels to progress at some point. Perfect meaning like you never get hit once. If you get hit once, you're dead. Rhythm-based game, that requires a lot of timing sensitivity. It's hard to do that with a multiplayer game. One reason why I'm doing the retro Ultima style game is so that I don't have to have such precise timing. Like I set the move cooldown to a quarter second. That's probably going to be the most precise I need things to be, is 1/4 second. Rhythm based, I think it's down to like less than 100 milliseconds, maybe more like 50. So like a single, or maybe even less than 50, maybe like one frame out of 60 FPS, whatever that is. That's 7 or 8 milliseconds. It's really hard to get precise timing across a network, especially around the world, right? The only way to do it, I think, would be to have a large part of the game locally running on your client. All the time-sensitive stuff would have to be local, I think. Unless everyone on the internet got to, like, very low latency, which, you know, might get to that. The latency of the internet, all it needs to do is cross the human latency threshold, which is for speech, it's like 80 to 100 milliseconds, and for video, it's shorter. It's down to like 1 or 2 frames, and for muscle memory, it's even shorter, especially if you're a gamer, right? We're talking frame or sub-frame latency that you need. Timing problems, I think that they're fun, but I really don't want to have them when I'm working on a multiplayer game. Increase the speed of light? No. The one saving factor we have is that we can make technology that is faster than our perception. So you just needed to cross that threshold of the lag isn't noticeable anymore, right? And our ability to perceive lag is not going to get any better unless we start augmenting ourselves. Would that be the new race? As in not race of people, but like the new technology race would be the computers getting faster, but then humans getting faster because of enhancements. Hey there, Toulouse. We have brought you out of lurkerdom with a joke. Just use quantum computing to make 0 ping. Actually, doesn't it become negative ping? Because we're doing time travel at that point, so to speak. Yeah, so if we're not waiting, I think we're calling back, right? So next in schedule, callback, call it, and then next scheduled callbacks pop. Actually, we can't do that, can we? Because it's possible that during the callback, something else gets scheduled, which is now the front. So I have to be very careful about that. I have to... You know what I have to do? I have to mark that we've called it in here. So called. False. So what we'll do is we'll first mark that it's called. Actually, you know what we'll do is we'll say if next in schedule called, else, and then we'll do the pop here. And this has to be an auto, not a const auto. Why doesn't it not like that? It's not modifiable? It should be. Oh. Maybe it just hasn't caught up to me yet. It's being accessed through a const object. No, it's not. It's not a const object. Oh, it is. So top returns you const always? Oh, that sucks. So then what would I do? Make them pointers? I could remove it and add it back. Oh, that's right. I got it. We don't need a called. I know what to do. I know what to do. Might as well just continue to call it that. We don't need this anymore. What we do is we make a copy of the callback. So auto callback equals next in schedule callback. Then pop it. So this dot pop and then call it. Like so. Because during the callback, it might re-enter the scheduler and change the scheduled callbacks. So we have to pop it before we could do the callback. When we get out of it, it'll reevaluate whether we need to wait or not. Sounds good to me. Let's try it. Yay. Okay. This is good. Okay, so now let's do unschedule or cancel. Cancel before time. And then we should also test cancel after time. Okay. Here's our schedule callback. Let's advance and then cancel. So that means I need to get the... let's move this to the act. Const auto token equals that. So what I'll do is I'll advance it a little bit and then call scheduler cancel token. Then advance again and make sure it was called, and this should be a false. There. All right, and then a similar test. After time, let's advance all the way to 10:01. Try to cancel. This should be a true. It gets called anyway. I don't know if this test makes sense. Because it doesn't matter if I call it or not, it'll get called, right? So what's the point? Yeah, maybe there's no point in this. This is just cancel. All right, cancel. Int token. I don't want to use the word cancel. Another word. Remove the callback. Scheduled callback. Corresponding with the given token. Corresponding to the given token. Yeah, that's good enough. Let's have a note here for anyone reading this. The callback may be called anyway if canceled close to the due time. And then the parameter token. This represents the scheduled callback to be canceled. It is provided by the schedule method when the callback was scheduled. I guess that's a past tense. It was. Terminate. Terminate. You are terminated. So terminate the scheduled callback? Okay. You're terminated. It's not negative if the communication is instant. Another word for cancel, got it. Cancel to prevent the callback from being called anyway. Well, it's not possible to prevent it. There's a race, right? Because you're calling it from one thread, and then the scheduler has its own thread. It's possible it might be calling you, right, when you call cancel. So it's just something you have to live with, that if you don't cancel in time, it might happen. At least I can't think of a way to prevent it from being called anyway. Yeah, it's fundamentally a race condition we can't avoid. All right, so this won't compile, or it'll compile, but it won't link because I don't have this body of this function. Cancel. See, my wrist is okay now. I must have just bent it wrong or something yesterday. I've had trouble with the joints in my fingers too. Playing certain games, like I would play Minecraft. You know how in Minecraft you're just always walking, and I'm not smart enough to use auto hotkey or something to make the walk stick. So my fingers would be constantly holding down the walk key, and they would get fatigued. I have advice for everybody watching: don't get old. Getting old sucks. All right, cancel. This will link now. Read the callback from being called. Oh. I'm not using being, but I could totally put the B in there if it was. I would do that. No, I just give advice. I don't say how to follow my advice. Don't get old. No, that's not what that means, Jamaica. Come on. Let's stay positive. That is true. Well, no. I guess to put some concrete stuff into that, avoid getting old by keeping yourself in shape mentally and physically. So the advice before of being very careful about repetitive motion, I need to do that myself so I don't get injured. So I'd recommend the same thing. Stretch, get some movement going. don't injure yourself, and then you'll not get old. Well, at least you won't get old prematurely. Are you going to program using emojis? I don't know. Some days I feel like that. Um, I found online code sandboxes. Most of them have a problem with emojis, though. That was my criteria for what makes a good online code sandbox, if it handled emojis correct or not. No more cheeseburgers. Actually, I've stopped eating a lot of fried food. One of the best things about getting laid off from my last job and that I work from home is that I don't eat so much fast food. So I've lost a lot of weight, and I think I was starting to have problems with blood pressure and stuff, and I think that's gone away because I haven't had like the symptoms you get when your blood pressure's on the is high as much. We're young enough to be eligible for new Android bodies. I would just like replacement parts, you know. Replacement, I mean, that people already pretty far along in that, right? People lose a limb, you can get a replacement. The replacements are much, much better than they were not too long ago. But yeah, replacing limbs would be very, very useful, wouldn't it? Replacing bones, replacing joints. We're getting there. Okay, I got distracted, didn't I? Let's run the tests again. Where'd they go? It's disappeared. So when the linker has an error, the test explorer says, oh, must not exist anymore. It removes it from its list. Add it back, please. Oh, it's timekeeping. Maybe it was there, I just didn't see it. Just don't forget to push the muscle memory chip for your new leg all the way in, else it won't post. If you're born after the 90s, you'll be able to see aging being cured. Well, I don't know. That might be a problem, right? The number of people in the world being more than is sustainable. That just creates more problems of like, how do we keep everyone fed? I guess that means we'll have to push out into space, right? I try to be an optimist about that kind of thing. All right, so it was called and wasn't canceled. Okay, so that means I need to mint tokens first. So int next token. I don't like to use 0 for a token, so we'll use 1. And when you schedule something, you'll get 1. So scheduled callback token. That means cancel, it's going to potentially have to walk through the whole list, right? Can I do that with a priority queue? I should make sure I can do that. I don't remember if I can. I might need to hold a set of canceled callbacks and not call them if they're canceled. Right? Because we can push, we can pop, but we can't iterate. What version am I on in C++? 11. Need to move to 17. I'll just do the, and there'll be some memory hit, as in, there'll still be a record of the callback even if you cancel it until the due time arrives, and then it'll get canceled. So just have another set here of canceled callbacks. Include set. Standard set of ints canceled callbacks. So canceling it would be just inserting into that the token. Do that with the lock, and we're good. And yeah, we need to store the token. I'm not going to bother giving initializers because I do that. That equals the next impl next token plus plus. Push it on, notify, cancel. Okay, and then here we can do this ahead of time, right? So we can say if it's not canceled and not, well, and if canceled callbacks find next in schedule token is not equal to, is equal to canceled callbacks end. Let's make a constant for that. Was canceled. And it's not was canceled. Is not canceled. Else do that. Actually, let's say if it is canceled. Well, I only needed to do that in common, right? It feels better to do it this way. Even though that's redundant. There we go. You're going to improve the performance by just trial and error? It's more like measure and what's the word? I can't think of a word, but do performance measurements and then focus on the top offenders, the bottlenecks. I guess that is a form of trial and error, right? So the trial or the try is to just, I wrote code, and then the error is I measure the performance and see where it's bad. And then I go, the second iteration is I go back and address those bad points and try to make, and then I measure again. So yeah, I guess it is a form of trial and error. The idea is that I only really need to get it good enough performance-wise, right? It needs to be under the performance threshold that I set. For myself, I set it to 10% CPU because that's the threshold after which Amazon is going to throttle my server. So it doesn't need to be perfect, it just has to be good enough. Yeah, that's essentially that's what I was doing. So I had run this yesterday. I guess I can show it again. It should still be valid, right? Actually, it might not be. This might have lost the symbol table. Oh no, it still has it. Interesting. The other day it lost it. This is a different view than what I was expecting. Yeah, so I had measured this yesterday, like how much of the time is spent by my server doing different things. And I saw like, where was it? Not this thread, but the other thread here. Right, this one. It's spending 10% of the program's CPU usage on just waiting for things. And that turned out, can I click on that to see the code? Maybe I can't. Yeah, I think because the code has changed since, it doesn't know. But anyway, I saw it was spending most of its time just waking up and then going back to sleep. Waking up, going back to sleep. Polling, in a sense. So the trial was, what do I get when I just do naive polling? And the error is that, oh, it's 10%. I don't think that's acceptable. It comes up as the on the top usage of the CPU. So after I put in this scheduler so that I don't do polling again, I'll rerun this and see like what's my top offender now. And hopefully it's not waiting around in worker threads. I want it to be the game systems. I want the game to spend most of its time doing the game And then the relative time between these systems, I want to get some balance. So if there's one game system that's taking up a majority of the time, then I'll optimize that system, right? Push them all down until it goes under my threshold. Do you have any examples of how your language would link? Oh, for Gelmega? Well, we need to watch Gelmega's stream to see, I think. I think you figured out what you still need to do before version 0.1, switch case, tuple, element access, interfaces, operator overloading. I think operator overloading is overrated myself. It's one of those areas of object-oriented programming that, it's like, do you really need operator semantics for custom objects? I don't know. Maybe for like fundamental types like value types, right? Things that can be compared directly. But higher order objects, I don't know. I think people overuse it. But yeah, vector 2 is a fundamental type, in my opinion, especially for graphics, right? All the vector types should be like almost intrinsic. You didn't know the MSVS report was so in-depth? It's pretty good, and it's now included in the community edition, which is great. You don't have to have the enterprise edition to see this stuff anymore. It's actually, and it's not that hard to do. You just set up your program to run, and you do performance profiler, or you click the CPU button, and you tell it to run, and it just does it all automatically. You have to go already, exam tomorrow. Good luck on your exam, Dries Chance. I'm sure you will ace it. All right, I think this was ready to test, right? It is not working. Oh, because I probably didn't set the canceled bit. No, I did that. Oh, I'm not returning the right token. Yeah, okay, I need to return the token. I can't do that, so let's compute the token first and assign it later. And then return it as well. Betcha that was the bug. Yep. Alrighty. The good news is that might be about it for this scheduler thing. So I can immediately use this in the orchestrator, for example. So let's do that first. Orchestrator takes up a lot of CPU, at least in Windows for me. It doesn't take as much on Linux, but let me show you guys. So if I... Oh. I should have kept this Visual Studio up because I've been using that to make the instrumented release build. So yeah, build. And that's going to take some time, so let me get other stuff set up. It's in here, right? Yeah, this timekeeper. So we're getting rid of the timekeeper in a sense. We're going to be making an 09K clock and associating it with a scheduler. Actually, I think they'll have to be in parallel because this timekeeper right now is given to the web server, but we're using it internally. I already had a format, a priority queue? Oh, I forgot I did that. I totally forgot that I did that. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, here's where we're using it, right? Oh no. Well, that's one place. Place I really care about for this loop, though, is somewhere around here. Yeah, here. This part here. So we could just have it local for now. Let me think about this. Yes. Okay. Think I know what to do. And it put some examples on of your language in Hastebin, but it doesn't seem to like it. Actually, you know, it would be nice if I could get rid of this run completely. I think the problem is the context of that run depends on how we're running the service. We either start a thread or we don't, right? Well, there is a worker. What is this worker doing? Worker delegate queue. Did I have this on my list? I don't. So there's another loop I didn't even notice. Orchestrator worker thread. 100 milliseconds, and it is doing what? Processing worker delegates. Queue worker delegate. When do we call that? We call it for, what is this? Printing diagnostic logs. Yeah, so for diagnostic log messages. Okay, so formatting and printing diagnostic log messages. And what was the other one? Go back. Diag sorting buffer. Okay. What does this do? It is publishing. So does the other one just sorts them? I mean, the other one just formats them? Or one pushes into the other? Okay. I'm just going to say that this one sort diagnostic messages from all servers, the game servers. Anyway, that one didn't show up in my performance measurements, so I think it's negligible. The bigger one was the one down here in the run loop. This one. Zoinks! Trying to put some examples of your language in Haspin, but it doesn't seem to like it. Well, MJ, it doesn't understand. What is MJ? I always think of Spider-Man, but it's just me. Yeah, pretty cool. Maybe one day we'll all be programming in MJ. Zoinks reminds me of the Batman. Batman and Robin. Yeah, so pulling in scheduler will allow me to include it here. Scheduler. Well, scheduler slash... Oh, I can't do that until I rerun CMake, so that's this and that. And then we're back here. Now I can include scheduler. Oh, it's not scheduler. It's timekeeping, isn't it? Timekeeping is the namespace in the library. Yeah. My bad. Timekeeping scheduler. There we go. Something shaggy. Oh, that's right. It was from Scooby-Doo. Yeah, I forgot. I thought it was from Batman. I thought Robin said it. I guess I'm getting my my comics confused. Pinky in the Brain? I guess it's in a lot of things. MJ is Mary Jane from Spider-Man, right? Okay. Run. I don't think I can put it within the context of this function. I have to put it in this shared, right? I think I need to put it in the context of this shared state. So we'll put it here. This is probably where I store the timekeeper anyway, yeah. So this is used to handle we'll schedule work to be done in advance. Schedule work to be done without having to poll the timekeeper. We can hold, it doesn't need to be a shared pointer either. It can just be a timekeeping scheduler. And then we just set it up in the service at the bottom somewhere. Did run do that in setup? Yes. We can do it here. Should probably do it pretty soon. So at the front, I guess. Scheduler dot set clock. Timekeeper. Well, hold on. No, it's 09K clock. It's built into the timekeeper though, isn't it? I know what I can do. I can make the timekeeper a proxy for the clock. So this should include timekeeping clock. And it also implements public timekeeping clock. You can do it. IntelliSense, I believe in you. Get current just has to have a get current time. I think it already has one, right? It satisfies both interfaces in a sense. So then I can say that its clock is the timekeeper, so timekeeper. I need to make sure that the scheduler doesn't use the timekeeper until after we set the clock. So when does it use the clock? It uses it there. It'll never get there until we have a scheduled callback, so we're fine, right? Yes. Okay, so we're good. So we just can't schedule a callback until we set the clock. I could have a guard in here. If you try to schedule something you haven't set the clock, it should just return 0 or something. Maybe I'll do that. Schedule. Okay, let's have a special test here. Schedule without clock. Since the clock is set up in the setup, I think I just need to make a new scheduler to undo that, right? So the arrange should be scheduler equals timekeeping scheduler. Oh, I can't do that? It's a deleted function? Why did I do that? Yeah, I know that, DragonRit. I didn't know the exact board stuff, but that's cool. Hopefully you get that soon. Okay, what was I looking at? Oh, yeah, why is this, oh, I just chose to make it deleted? Probably because that's complicated to move. We can do that though, right? Yeah, there's no reason why we can't implement the delete. I mean, we can't implement the move semantics. Let's do that. Up here. Right here. Actually, right after the destructor, right? There we go. I think I can default them too. Let's see if I can. Equals default. I think I can do that. If not, okay, that needs to go on the there. I think I can get away with that. It said 3 or 4 business days. Nuvega is really good to deal with. I haven't dealt with them yet. Module is the namespace for the current file, or Oh, that's for Gelmega. Got it. Okay. Multiple files can be compiled into a single module, so kind of like a library. Okay. So yeah, module equals library for MJ. Okay, we got away with linking. I don't know if I'll have trouble on Linux though. This kind of stuff, Clang is like sensitive and GCC is sensitive about. But we'll see what we can do. Can this, right? So that is because I didn't put the guard in. So I wanted to have a guard in here. You can't schedule anything if there's no clock set. So if impl clock is null pointer, return 0. Also, this is not right. When we do this, so this is the fix. So I want to fix the test first. Actually, it's really simple. It's const auto token equals that. And then advance past the time. See if it was called, and it should be false. Also, we expect 0 for the token. There we go. Those are the two expectations. Run. Right, so it crashes, unexpected error. That should guard against that. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It didn't do it. Oops, I forgot to mute my phone. Someone texted me a funny picture. Oh, that's funny. I'll have to put that in Discord later. Okay. Let's see what the unexpected error is by debugging. Retry. Why would that be a problem? Why is it... oh, because my destructor does it. Okay, yeah. I ran into this bug before. You still destroy an object even if it was moved. So there needs to be a check here to say... because the mutex could be moved too. I think it's safe to call joinable. Like if impl worker joinable. Even if it's moved, it's no longer joinable. So I think that's the safe approach. Actually, it'd be easier to just return and not indent that. Resist the urge to indent. Run. Nope. Maybe you can't call joinable. Can't delete an incomplete type. What is it trying to delete? All right. Let me think about this. It thinks the thread is joinable and it's trying to destroy it while it's joinable. Oh, this is misleading. That's not the problem. It's trying to delete the thread object, and the thread object is joinable. Let me non-default this to see if the problem is it should be able to do this. Impl equals standard move. This has to be given a name though. Other impl. But I wonder if the problem is destroying the old one. Must return a value. Turn this. And this should also have if, no, it's, yeah, if, thanks for the follow, Sunshio. If the if this is not equal, if this is equal to the address of other, no, if it's not equal to, then do this stuff. Something like that. Oops. Bet you this won't work. Nope. No, I just can't remember the trick that I did. Hold on, I'm going to have to respond to some texts. Okay. Did I get spam? I just got some texts. I didn't get any spam. All right. Is it? It's in the deleter for the old one. Can't delete it. Oh yeah, because it's not stopping it. Yeah, okay. I think it's coming back to me now. I think the problem is that I'm using this constructor and this destructor to handle the thread, but really I should be moving that into the impl itself. So they're giving that a life cycle. I think that's what I'm supposed to be doing. I need the constructor too. Yeah. So move that here, move the constructor here, and then default the other methods here. So I think I can default them. That this becomes impl, and it doesn't need a prefix anymore. Don't need a name here either. And all these impls can go away now. Okay, and then why doesn't it like this one? Oh, because I don't need that. And then I disallow copying. Const is deleted. Let me just copy from here. Oh, that's needed in front. There we go. It doesn't highlight the delete thing for some reason. Okay, and then this is just impl. And just sets the worker, and then this is a this. So that's actually cleaner because I don't have to say get. All right, and then I don't need this anymore. It can be defaulted. And I think I can get away with defaulting these two now. Let's see. Hey there, Liquidor. How are you doing? All right, let's try this test again. Nope. Still have a problem with assigning threads. A different problem though, because it's joinable. Hold on, what? Oh yeah, this is old. I don't need to do this anymore. It's built into impl now. It's trying to make a second thread. Yay! And there was much rejoicing. Okay, so can't schedule without a clock. the move semantics works. And we're good to go. Back to the orchestrator. That I can set a clock and then in the work or the run, I can use it and not poll anymore. So let's go back to the run. Abstract syntax tree, yes. Oh, which resources did you use to learn how to implement a language end-to-end? I had a book that I used in college in the compiler class. It's actually a pretty good book. It's in the garage. I could bring it out and show you. But it had a nifty cover. It had like a dragon on the front. It's an old book at this point. Yeah, the dragon book. Yeah, you got it. The Joe Megan knows. That was an awesome book for learning how to make a compiler end-to-end. Is that how you'd find it? Is it just search for it? Like compiler, oops, if I can type correctly, compiler dragon book. Yeah, this one. I have the copy, oh, no. Oh, did they change the title? This is the title I remember. This was an awesome book on how to learn how to make compilers. They updated the title? Aw, I like the old one better. With the dragon coming out of the computer. This is an old book. Like from the 90s or something. Oh, 86. 1986. There you go. Good one. And let me check something real quick. Okay. That didn't work. Kind of on your bucket list, but type checking and to a certain extent emitting parts kind of scare you? Oh, the type checking. All right, back to work. Does this do anything other than things that are scheduled? Because if not, I can just, I don't need this run at all. It would just it would schedule the first callback and then just wait to be told to stop, right? And when it stops, well, when does the scheduler get destroyed? I need to make sure scheduled stuff happens before shutdown. Well, shutdown could do it. Let's have shutdown matches startup, right? Startup. Or is it setup? Setup. Let's have shutdown. Yeah, let's have shutdown destroy the scheduler at this point. So really I want a unique pointer then. Because I want to control its lifetime. So scheduler equals null pointer. Go to this guy and make it a unique pointer. Scheduler. And then have this one be scheduler reset new timekeeping scheduler. Arrow. Shut down. This isn't shared now, right? Oh, is that not paired with setup? It's not paired with it. Is there a complement to setup? When is setup called? Oh, it's interesting. It is paired with setup, but it's not in the shared. Interesting. Well, that's fine. So that will make sure everything gets canceled, and we wait until we block until the worker thread stops. So it's a good synchronization point. Nothing gets called after that. Cool. So yeah, then the run can just set this initial interval, right? And then just go. The collection of this stuff, though, it needs to be in more than one place. So maybe I put it into a helper function. Do I already have this somewhere else? Oh, but I call it everywhere. Let's make a helper for this. Where's the first time it's used? Up here? JSON value, get host configuration, and do that, and return it. And that can be a const reference, right? Oh, it needs to be it can be, I can put it into shared. Where's the shared thing? That's up here, right? Yeah, right here. Where to put it? Somewhere. Make message, queue, stop. I can go anywhere here. Let's put it here. Return the configuration for the host on which the orchestrator is running. That is returned. Then I can remove shared. Let's search for this, and then shared from there too. Let's look for that. Okay, so const auto host configuration equals get host. Oh, it's not available at this point. Huh. All right. The cat's yelling at me. I don't know why. Okay, from this point on, we'll try to use it. Right, so we can just abbreviate get host shared, get host configuration that. Oh, this one's special though. This one goes to another server. I can't do that then. I need to be careful about that. There's the environment host, and then there's other hosts. This one I can do it. Yeah, and all of these I can. So host configuration equals that. Whoops. This replaces this much from those three places. Oh, wait a minute, I can't do that here because we don't have access to share. Okay, never mind that one. Let me make sure I didn't screw something up by looking at a diff. Shared environment host, okay. Shared environment host. Okay, cool. All right. Okay, let me just think about this. So we should just set the scan. So we should just say shared schedule next process scan. We'll do setting up this stuff. Where to put this stuff? How about we put it here? Yeah. Bookmark that spot. Oh, I had some old bookmarks. Let me clear them out. All right. Let me bookmark this. Cool. So the it'll use this information. So get the host configuration in the current time and the scan interval, and then we'll go to the scheduler and we'll say schedule, and then we'll have some callbacks. So let's just capture this. This should be safe, right? Because the schedule is its lifetime is properly bound, so that's fine. And then we'll do our thing, and then the due date is the now plus the scan interval. Let's document this. Set up to do realm server scanning on a regular interval. Okay, and I'm not going to worry about the canceling this thing either, so instead of doing this now, I can just do this part of it. I can take that. I'm going to have to move these functions, but that's fine. Up to here. So we'll get now again when it happens. And we'll need to get the host configuration again. And shared is not needed. I probably won't need that because it'll just be a member function. So then I just need to relocate. What's this one? Interesting. So is that just something like pre-compute? I guess so. Why did I do that? Actually, I can just I can move that now, right? To here. I can just do that here. And then remove the shared part. Because we're in shared. Or am I? Am I in the shared object? I don't think I am, actually. No, I'm not. I am in the wrong place. I put this in the wrong place. I need this to go in there. Right here. Remove the shared from the front. Yep, sorry, this might be boring. I'm not doing game dev today. Maybe I should remove the game dev tag. I'm working on the game, but I'm working on the performance of the servers in the back end of the game. So I'm not actually developing anything game-wise. I'm trying to just make the game faster or less wasteful in CPU. This just capture by value, right? Okay, so I need to promote these functions up. This one too? Yep. And put them up here. Oh, I lost my bookmark. Bookmark that, please. Put that here. And these are now promoted. So any reference to shared goes away. Any more? A bunch of them. They fall away. All of these shareds fall away. All right, and then what's next? Launch servers, connect to servers. Promote those two. Launch servers. Next, I guess. Move back. So remove shared again. Okay, install packaged version and default version need to be promoted now too. I think everything's going to end up in that shared state, which is fine with me. Okay, this calls two more functions here. Promote those. So yeah, I get to remove more of these shareds. Cool. Now what's left? Hey there, Skizzers. Which EC2 tier do I use? I use T2 Micro. That came with the free tier. So, it's actually pretty slow. When I run the game servers optimized on my Windows machine, it takes like less than 2%. But on AWS, it was taking 5%. But, you know, it's not a bad thing to just keep your keep some kind of arbitrary threshold of performance and then just try to keep it under that, right? And mine is that the free tier for Amazon, which is for a year, lets me do that for nothing. I don't pay anything. Actually, I think I'm nearing the end of the year though. And LVM effed up your constants. I'm sorry. Let's see. Connect to servers promotes to there. So remove all of the shared references. And this shared goes away. So we don't need that. Shared. Deleted. And looks like I need to pass in some parameters. What are we missing? Set WebSocket delegates. All right. The diagnostics reporter, I also need that. Okay. Oh, to get that, I need to do shared from this. Shared from this. Because it is enabled, right? Yes. All right. No shared required. There. Cool. Well, that's bad, Jelmega. It's not that you have to pay for the extra credits. Actually, maybe you can. I didn't know you could, actually. Can you pay for extra credits, Skizzers? When I read it, it's when you get the credits get exhausted, it just throttles you. Where does it say there that you can pay for them, though? Because when I read this, it said it just gets throttled. Such as OVH. I'll look into them. This one was free for a whole year, so it's earning it. There's an earn rate. And they say somewhere here what happens if you run out. Blah, blah, blah. Where do they say it? Yeah, so I'm on T2 Micro. That's what you get for free for a year. So it's this 10% baseline I have to stay under to not burn credits. I know it says it here somewhere. I think it just says, if I search for the word throttle. Okay, maybe it doesn't say it on this page. Hey there, Pro Sam. I know I read it somewhere here. Maybe it's in the standard mode. Here it is. So standard mode, if the instance is running low on credits, performance is gradually lowered to the baseline performance level, so the instance does not experience a sharp performance drop off. So maybe you're thinking of one of these other modes. Like I think this one might cost more. Yeah, I think this is it. I think this is not available in the free tier. That's why I haven't been using it. Yeah, okay, so if I'm on the free tier and I configure it as unlimited, charges may apply if I go over the baseline. Should remove the ability to nick oneself on Discord. Why? You can still see who they are, right? You don't want people to obscure who they are? What's a good reason? Well, if they change their nickname, I can still see what their account name is, right? I think it throttles your CPU to 10% if you exhaust your credits. That's, yeah, so it's standard mode, it's throttled, and that's what I'm using. But yeah, I didn't realize that in the unlimited mode, I could use it, and if I do, I only get charged if I exceed the baseline. So I could switch it to unlimited, and I won't get throttled, I'll just get charged. So what was the recommendation I look into? OVH? Well, yeah, when I get to the end of my free year, I could always look into migrating to something else. I'll give you a point for that suggestion. The more players in the game, the more CPU. Well, it's not the more players in game; it's the more activity at the in the game. And there are other things I could look into, like batching game changes. So it's going to be like a back and forth balancing act, I think. Rosam says going to set up Fedora on a laptop as your dev box. Fedora wants a CPU with a min clock speed of 1.6 gigahertz. Should it get a laptop? The base? I don't know. I don't know how to answer that. Skizzer says, don't think the unlimited is free tier available? Well, then why would they have this note here? If you use one in the free tier and you configure it as unlimited. And this just implies that you can do it, I think. But if you do, it may apply if you go exceed the baseline. It sounds to me like you can. They're just warning you that you'll get charged if you go over baseline. So, I could set that up now and then just let it burn credits, but I don't want to pay money. So right now it'll just get throttled. I'd rather avoid the throttling just by working on keeping the performance under control. I can't do that, but I can do this. Actually, this didn't need the timekeeper, so what am I doing? It doesn't need the timekeeper. All right, what do we need down here? Diagnostics reporter. How are we going to get that? That's something that's in the... Guess I need to move it. Why do I have a make diagnostic publisher? I only call it once. Oh no, I call it more than once. Interesting. Oh, this makes a new one. Okay, yeah. So I can just move that into the shared state. So shared state actually has all the state. Barking dog. Woof woof. Hey there, Mantis. Yeah, doggo. Welcoming everybody home. All right, just leave that where it is and update all the references to it down here to be shared in front. What else? There. I'm looking for the red markers to go away. Cool. So it's compiling again. But I'm not done here, right? I don't need to do that anymore. Oh, well, no, wait. I need to do that again. It's only a one-shot thing, right? So after it runs once, it has to set up to do it again. So what I should do is have this... how do I have a self-referential lambda function? I guess I have a lambda function generator, right? So const auto make callback equals it's got to capture the same things. Might as well, yeah, realm server image name, right? And it just returns this. Oh, that's the thing I'm capturing? There we go. Do we even need to capture anything? I do. Okay. Oh, wait. That's not going to work. I wonder, okay, this is, what do I do? It needs to basically reschedule itself again for one more period after. Lambda function is just a function object, or lambda expression. Lambda expression is another term for a function object, or a closure. They all mean the same thing. I can call it, I was supposed to be calling it a closure to make more sense to more people? The closure can't refer to itself, can it? Unless I make this something, not make the outer one a normal function. So if I do it this way, then it's sort of recursive. So it has to return a function. So it has to be a certain type of function, right? It's the timekeeping scheduler callback. Make callback. And we're going to give this a real name, right? Process scan callback. Make process scan callback. And we're going to... Oh, what am I doing? It should just be calling itself. I'm dumb. Okay, back it all up. Control Z for the win. Don't need any of this. It just needs to have a recursive call. Oh, wait a minute. No, I do need it. Yeah, okay. Forward. Thank goodness for redo. Right, this just makes it doesn't do the scheduling. And they call each other, so that's fine. And I don't need that, do I? It's just this. Yeah, just this. And then they call each other. So at the end here, we schedule the next one, and then this one schedules what this one makes. Like that. That makes sense? I don't think lambdas can refer to themselves, so this is the next best thing, is that they're proper methods and they refer to each other, and I can't do that, can I? I have to pass that in. Do. There we go. Now it'll work. Had you the time to look into C-line yet? Yeah, I did. Didn't I do that a while ago? Let's see what I wrote. Didn't I write it down somewhere? Oh yeah, I looked at it way back in December. It's that it didn't support anything outside of C and C++, but I said it definitely looked like a contender. I guess I was thinking it was pretty good for C and C++, but it didn't support Lua. And then oh yeah, that's right. Someone came back and said maybe it was you too, but you came back and said that it had extensions for that. But I didn't look into it because I'm kind of happy with what I have now. You did, yeah. But did I not write that stuff down? I guess I didn't write that stuff down then. People say, I don't need a full IDE. Also, people say, I put 1 million plugins into it. I think what people want is to be able to customize their IDE to fit what they need. What with playing with bots here for timing out new accounts, I don't think we need it because it hardly ever happens. If you want to have it in here to do a test, that's fine. The Tua, but do you want me to look into it more? Because it's coming back to me. I did this initial thing. I didn't see what other languages were, so it was a showstopper. And then I think you came back, or you and other people came back to me and said that they have plugins for Lua and JavaScript. And I think my response was something like, "That's cool, but then it's kind of like the same for me as VS Code." So, uh, yeah, I just didn't pursue it anymore because I didn't need it. You would like to know how good it is? I'm sure someone else here in chat knows. Um, I wish I had the time to do a deeper dive into it. I would do a deeper dive into it if I was missing something that I really felt I needed. This is what you found, supported languages, but it has plugins, right? So like Fortran isn't on here, but there are plugins. I mean, it seemed it seemed okay. There's just a lot of choice now, and I'm happy with what I have for now. You honestly don't understand what people like with Visual Studio Code? What I like about it is that it runs, you've seen this command before, right? It runs on all 3 major OSs pretty much the same, and I can customize it well enough. And it does a decent enough job with most debugging. I think it's better than Visual Studio when it comes to running it on Linux, because on Linux you can't run it at all unless you have it in a virtual machine of some kind. So that's a the statement better. It needs to be qualified, right? Because it's many things that one is better than the other in, and then flip side. So Visual Studio is definitely better than Visual Studio Code when it comes to the debugger, hands down, right? Visual Studio Code is better at customizing or running on other OSs, right? Yeah, it's the performance tools aren't in Visual Studio Code. So I have that. I also have that running here, right? And we'll ignore it for now. But yeah, I definitely use this for if I need advanced debugging or if I want to look at what I've been looking at, which is these how come it won't load? Performance measurements. This stuff, right? Call tree. Where is all my CPU going, right? And it tells me that the breakdown of my game systems. I mean, this is awesome. Not in Visual Studio Code. Wish it was. If it was, then that's one less reason for me to have 2 tools, right? My main OS is Windows, but I do have a second machine for Linux because I think Linux is better for unattended servers. It's more efficient, fewer issues deploying to it. It's super easy to connect and run stuff remotely on it. These are all my opinions. They're not facts. Let me see if I am doing this right. So this will, every time we're asked to schedule, we'll look up how often we should do it, and then ask a factory to make us a callback, and tell us, give the scheduler the thing produced by the factory. What the factory produces is a capture taking that parameter and our shared state, and then what the scheduler calls it back, we are doing these things, and at the end, we're triggering that pseudo-recursively, right? So that will re-enter the scheduler, making a new callback for the next time. I think this will work. So then I can go back to my run and remove this while loop. No, there's also the ping servers. So this will just do the ping servers for now, right? It needs the host configuration and the timekeeper. So all that's gone now, right? And I don't need that last process check. So if I were to run the orchestrator, this should work, right? So out of convenience, I'm also using Visual Studio to build the release build. Because it's so convenient. What's the font name? It's called Firacode. I turn on the custom ligatures using this editor setting. Firacode has these custom ligatures to do like the arrow, which is pretty cool, I think. Right, there's a Ryu 8354. Let's see. Twitch / well, how did you spell it? You missed the N, the M, right? Nope. So you're good. You didn't actually join a channel. 15 minutes to create a bootable USB. I'm missing context there. All right, this built, right? No. Can't link it, probably because we need to reload. Build again. Cool. All right, let's try it out. This was running the cluster. Update the files and not stage. I did that accidentally earlier. I wiped out the configuration file. Serve. Well, it wouldn't have gotten that far if it didn't work. But let me look at the task manager, see how much CPU it's taking now. It should be taking... It'll probably still be taking a lot because I didn't remove that thread completely yet. Okay, here. Yeah, see how it's taking 0.23? It's still taking some time. And it's all in this thread, which is doing what? Oh, it's the scheduler. Okay. I think it's just the frequency is too high for Windows. Anyway, the weighting should be reduced. No, not yet. I need to move the ping servers to that, to measure that. That's what I'm going to do next. Actually, while they have this running, I ought to connect to it and fix the configuration file problem I had before, which is just open it and drag it back. There we go. All right. So, trying to get rid of this while loop. The only thing left is to do this ping servers. I think I'm going to use the same strategy. So there'll be a schedule which will do this loop and schedule things to be done, which might schedule other things, right? Because we're also awaiting Pong messages. Right. Okay. So it's schedule next ping. Next server pings. How about that? Actually, let me look at this. Do we always... You know what I should do, actually, is do the loop and then call it for each server, because the when to ping the server will depend on when it was last pinged, right? It'll be independent. This is just to kick them off, so... Oh, wait a minute, no. We might change the known realm server list, right? When we do, I should schedule them. That's the answer. So... Do I just need to know the ID? Let's put a bookmark here. I think I just need to do this. Just kick it off, right? Oh, wait a minute, no, I don't need to do this at all. Because setup should do it, right? Setup builds the known server map. Yes. Okay, so I'm not going to do it here. I'm going to take this function and make a new version of it up here. So I'm going to paste that here. And I'm going to call it set up to ping the given realm server on a regular interval. Remove the share for a second so I can see that type. Int. I don't need that. So it's just one argument, right? Realm server ID. And I don't need this information, do I? Well, hold on. I need the interval. So I need the host configuration. And I needed to rename this too. It should be schedule next realms server. So schedule next server ping. Can you guys hear the dog barking in the background? Your bot uses 50% more RAM than Adam's version? That just means you're doing more, right? Okay. I'm not doing this loop. Instead, I'm getting the server by accessing this, right? Which would mean it's a good idea to do a find. So, auto realm server entry equals known realm servers find realm server ID. If realm server entry equals that end, and there isn't one, so return. And then this is that second. No WebSocket return. TypeScript node instead of compiling the TypeScript. I don't even know anything about that. There's just a lot of work to reorganize this, isn't there? Because ultimately I'll want to have making a callback, right? Did I not document the other one? I didn't. Oh well. We do it later. Make ping server. Or server ping? Server ping. Callback. And I don't... What do I need here? Realm server ID again? Do it later means I'll never do it? No, I'll do it. I swear. I swear I will do it. Well, probably when I check the code in when I'm done. Okay, capture those two things. Okay, let me just grab all this code. Paste it here and figure out what do I need from it. Get the host configuration. Will I need to know any timeouts? The other one did, right? No, it didn't. So I probably don't need these timeouts. Wait a minute. I'll need to know the time. I won't need to know the interval, but I'll need to know the timeout because this is going to schedule the timeout. So I don't need the interval, but I need the timeout. I still do that. In fact, I should do that first thing. Because if it gets removed from the list... Oh, the other thing I should need to do, I forgot, is all of this needs to get the same mutex that the run gets. Because it's called back, right? It's from a different context. Does this even have a mutex? If not, I need to add one. I do have a mutex. When do I lock that? Huh. I was very discriminative about where I locked it. Why didn't I lock it anywhere here? I wonder if that's a bug. Unless kill locks it. No, it doesn't. Huh. Is that just being sloppy? I don't see anywhere the mutex here. Oh no, it's here inside this loop. Okay, good. Because that, all the callbacks need to get that lock. So this, I need it here. Shared can go away. All right, need it there, and need it up. Where is it? That's the scan one, right? This one. As long as we get it before we do that, which I don't. Think about this. I guess I'm grabbing the mutex just to do that. Like that. And this should also get it. Actually, it can't, because that's a synchronization point. Yeah, so it can't, and it shouldn't. Because yeah, that'll block until all those other threads have which are potentially grabbing the lock are done. Okay. Okay, okay, back on track, I think. Back up here. So we'll be holding it when we'll be holding the lock when we schedule the next one. So this assumes we have the lock. Same thing here. This should, if we get the message, right? Oh, that doesn't happen here. Okay, never mind. Anyway, let's just do this, make the callback. What happens when we need to ping? Lock, find it. If it does not in a list anymore, then give up. Find what the timeout is. I don't know if do I need that? That's to schedule, that's after we send the ping, we need to schedule the timeout. This should be here, right? Get the current time. If there's no connection, we can't ping them, so give up. So I think it's just do it, right? Say that we did it and ping them now. And we have to set up the timeout. So scheduler, schedule. And then I need to have it re-get these all over again, right? And this is now plus the timeout interval. I don't think I need this time ping sent, actually. That's probably going to be obsolete now, right? Because that's only used to see if it timed out. And then if we time out, it's kill and mark it as bad. But to get that, we have to re-get... So we have to relock and re-get access to it again. Whoops. There we go. So get the lock from this context. It could be removed, so if so, ignore it. Otherwise, get it and kill the server. And we're done, right? So I don't need... Oh, and then we're going to need to store this to cancel. We want to cancel it if we get a pong. Right, so that's probably what this ping send is going to be replaced by. So ping timeout token, or timeout callback token. So we're gonna want to cancel that thing. So let's define that up here. This is the scheduler token representing the timeout callback, or the callback to receive if we time out waiting for the server to respond to the last ping. All right. So if it fires, then we kill it. And we might as well reset it when we get in here. Oops, that goes down to here. Okay. Actually, I don't know if I need to reset it. I don't know if it matters. Actually, it does, because we could kill it and then asynchronously have gotten back the ping. And we'll check... Well, it'll be gone then at that point. It'll be like we got a ping from a server we shouldn't be talking to. Alright, so maybe it doesn't matter. I'll leave it in there. So schedule the timeout. And is that it? Oh, we want to schedule the timeout before we send the ping, actually. Right? Does it matter? I think it does, because we're gonna if we get a pong, we're gonna cancel it. So we set up the call timeout first, then initiate it, so we could get a pong immediately on before that even returns, which would allow us to cancel that. Yeah, that looks good to me. Food's ready? Okay. See you, Skizzers. And this is done, right? There's the ping. So this is gone, and that's the kill. So this is done. All right, so that's the ping. So scheduling it. I don't need the timeout. I just need the interval. Look up the server. We can do that first. Get the current time. And we don't need to do any of this if we're not connected. Well, that's the other thing is this needs the interval. No, I've decided that if we get the response to the ping, we reschedule, right? Okay. Oh, good luck with your Fedora. Okay, yeah, at this point it's just schedule it, right? So scheduler, schedule, make the callback, so that's make server ping callback, realm server ID, and then it's now plus the interval. Done. Right? So scheduling it, I don't call that anymore. Or I was going to call that when, as soon as we connect to it. So this needs to store it somewhere, right? Where would I store that? Do I need to store it? We'll just continue to ping it until it's gone, right? So we don't need to unschedule, cancel that one. Random, thank you once again serving an awesome background noise. Well, you're welcome, Rally Monkey. Wow, this is taking me a lot longer than I thought. Schedule, we don't need to cancel. When it arrives, we do this, which is send the ping, set up a timeout. So then I need to call this at the right place. I think that I want to do that when the connection is established. So where does that happen? Connect to server, I think. Because we do all the connecting to servers, right? This in itself is going to be scheduled. Oh, it is. Yeah, okay. This is part of the process scan stuff. Okay. If we're waiting to connect and we're ready, we connect. So this is the correct place to schedule the first ping callback, isn't it? It's here. Right here. Schedule next server ping. Realm server ID. Done. And then we cancel if we get a ping back. So where's that? Ping. Time ping sent, is that where we want to check it? Yeah, here we go. So after we report the round trip, yeah, it's just awaiting pong. I don't need this anymore, actually, right? I mean, here we kill it, right? And what does that do? It clears the WebSocket, which is one of the conditions we check for. Same thing here. How much percentage performance usage could you decrease today? At least 10%, because I was looking at where is it? Not this window. Oh, I closed it. Why did I do that? I got actually 20% yesterday, which was cool. This must close every time I build. Anyway, call tree. I want to keep this up for any questions. If I get to it, like I'm starting with the easier one, the orchestrator, but if I get to it, this wait for work being 10% of the server, that it should be 0. I shouldn't be spending any time waiting. This is because it's doing a lot of unnecessary polling. So I hope to at least get 10% from there, and then there are a couple other threads that do similar things. Yeah, this one has deep in here. Maybe not this one. Not this one. One of these has like another weight. I think it was this one, and I had to click on the code to see it. Yeah, that one I can't. The symbol table's old, so I can't click on it. Yeah, so these two right here, most of their time is also spent polling. So if I can, that would get me another 9%, another 5% roughly. So yeah, maybe another 20%. I can't get this time back. That's doing the encryption. This is another 2% I can squeeze back maybe, because most of that time again is spent waiting. Yeah, roughly 15-20% I hope to get back. Are NPCs programmed to not suicide? They can't. They can't. Yeah, they're programmed not to. They can't. They will not run into a player. You can actually block an NPC, prevent them from going through a passage by standing in their way right now. Let's keep that up. Okay. Right, so if it times out, oh yeah, okay, so it isn't checking the WebSocket, it's just that if it has an entry, we kill it. Is that what I want? If it's already killed, we'll kill it again. So maybe I only want to check it if this is not 0? Maybe. Yeah, it's probably a... Well, does kill already do that, maybe? Yeah, it already checks it. All right. Okay, so we don't have to worry about it. I think I can remove this variable now, this awaiting pong, because that's embodied by the scheduler task now. So let's remove it. I think I can remove it everywhere. Let me make sure. Yeah, we don't need it there. Yeah, we don't need it there because it'll reset the process ID. Don't need it there because we're scheduling a timeout. Okay, here's where when we get the pong, I want to cancel it. So it would be scheduler cancel realm server second dot, where is it? Ping timeout callback token. There we go. Ping, so this is the old ping server, so I can actually delete this now, right? I can delete this. Is that it? That's it for awaiting pong. And then, since I don't need to do this anymore, this just becomes a wait. And it's not a while, it's just wait for it to be told to stop. All right. Then shut down. Because all the work is now done by the scheduler. Okay, cool. There's one more part, right? There's another flag. Ping related. Time ping sent. I don't think I need that anymore. Oh no, I do it for the round trip thing. I actually want to bump that up so I can see it right now. Yeah, we're only using it for that purpose. Yeah, so let's see if this works. Let's see if it compiles actually. And then I'll go back and document like I told Playing with Skizzers that I would. Alright, so update and run. I should see pings. I'm not seeing pings, but I don't remember what the ping frequency was. Huh, it might not be pinging right now. It should though, unless I forgot to call it. Could be I forgot to call it. Schedule next server ping. No, it's called when we identify. Is the time correct? What is that set to actually? I have to look at this off screen actually. 5 seconds. I don't know if it's working. Let's print something when it does schedule it. So, right here. Diagnostic. Publisher. Send formatted message. Scheduled ping for server D. Where D is realms. Server ID. Come on, IntelliSense, you can do it. There we go. Oh, I know why. I didn't hit build here. I'm so dumb. I didn't build the code. I built the debug build, but I've been using the release with debug for the testing. I feel dumb. Okay, anyway, let's see if it works. Yeah, scheduled ping, so 5 seconds later should do it and schedule the next one. Oh, did it not schedule the next one? Oh, I forgot to do the schedule of the next one. Shoot. Okay. It did one, and then stopped, so I need to repeat that, right? When it gets the ping back, ping pong? Yeah, so cancel the timeout and then schedule the next one. Schedule next server ping for realm server ID. Build. And then update and run. Scheduled. Yep, ping and rescheduled again. Cool. All right, nice. Okay. Have a good night, Pro Sam. It should only ping every 5 seconds. I think that's correct. Cool. Now, how would I simulate a timeout? I think I would do that by doing an attach to process and just hold it in debug. So let me play around with that. Debug, attach to process. Find it in the list. It doesn't matter which one, right? So I'll just how come I can't see the bottom of this dialog? I can't hit go. I can't get to the button. I think I have to turn off the zoom. It was present, right? Turn off present mode. So then I can get to the debug attach. Yeah, I couldn't get to the attach button. It was too small. I mean, the window was too big for me to reach it. Attach. So now that we're attached to a process, and if I just hit pause, then it won't get a ping and it should time out. And it should kill it. There we go. Killed. Ping timeout. And it started a new one. Nice. It started a new instance of server 12. Server 12 after it starts up. Why isn't it getting killed? I mean, why is it not getting relaunched? Thanks for the follow. Right rules? Oh, it can't bind the private port because this process still has it. So I need to hit stop debugging. And then it will launch one. There we go. Scheduled a ping for it. And then there it is. And now you can see that they're not all scheduled at the same time. They're offset. Cool. I like it. So the timeout was triggered. And it stopped trying to ping. That's important too. Stop trying to ping it because it wasn't running. The moment it started running, it scheduled it again. Actually, it has to be connected. So the connection was established, then it scheduled it. Good. All right. Awesome sauce. So I can remove some of this debugging. Actually, let's put this back on present mode. By the way, anyone who doesn't know how to do that, someone taught me that yesterday. It's an extension called, where is it? Power Commands for Visual Studio IDE. So when you install this Power Commands for Visual Studio IDE, under Quick Launch, if you type present, if you spell it right, you get this present on and off, and the edit lets you pick the font and font size that you want for all the Chrome. For the longest time, I didn't know how to make the font bigger for the Chrome around the editor, and this plugin does it really well. So I thought I'd mention that again. Okay, so scheduled ping. Let's remove that. And the round trip message, I'll reduce that back down to 1. Okay, cool. Let me check this in. After I test it one more time. Oh, and I needed to, my promise to playing with Skizzers, which was to document these things. The make functions are not documented. This one. Okay, see ya, Joe Mega. Have a good rest of your day. Produce a callback function for the scheduler that will, what does it exactly do? Perform process scanning for Realm servers after, well, the time isn't determined by this function. When it's called. This is a name of the Realm server process with a leading path delimiter added. Is that right? Is that what that is? Yeah, it's slash in front of it. Okay, then what's returned? This is returned. Okay, and then document the other one. This one. Produce a callback function for the scheduler that will send a ping to a Realm server. Yeah. So it's just the Realm server ID. This is the unique identifier of the Realm server to ping. Alright, and then a callback function for the scheduler that will send a ping to the Realm server is returned. There. You saw it here. I did document it like I told Skizzers I would do. So let's make sure I didn't screw something up. Serve it. Cool. Should be completely documented. Let's see. Oh, that's a separate check-in. I need to do that first, actually, and I need to also check in the timekeeping. Git init, git add all the files, and this is an initial revision check-in. Initial revision. I guess I could have done that in the command line. So we're going to make a new repo for this. Git remote add origin git at github.com. My name timekeeping.git. And then I got to go to GitHub and make time new repository. Timekeeping. Create. And then git push u origin master. Push it. You can do it. Okay. And then mugget add timekeeping. Then check that in. So mugget is a tool I wrote in Python that automates the process of doing these things. Adds the sub repository to the gitignore list. Adds XML element to track that this repository came from here, and this is the branch we want to track. And this is the main reason why I use my mugget tool. Instead of using submodule references, which track commits, I like to track by branch, so that if I were to change timekeeping, I don't have to change my main repo to update a submodule reference. I just do a sync, and then it just gets me the latest. And if I wanted to, I can lock to a commit. If I say, instead of branch equals master, I could say revision equals and then the commit code, hash code. And that then becomes the same as a submodule reference. That's why you saw me do that extra step there. And then add timekeeping to the CMake, and we're done, right? Add timekeeping project. And then here we go. Do I still need timekeeper? I still need it for now until I obsolete it from the HTTP. So we're using the scheduler to do all of our synchronization, right? Make sure I documented all the things that I added. Did I just move things around here and it got confused? I think I moved things around and it got confused. That'd be a very confusing diff. And that's not very useful, is it? Everything is different there. So the main run loop now doesn't poll at all. The scheduler waits for the next schedule callback, so it doesn't really poll anymore, but it will loop. So it took over the loop part of that. And then, yeah, okay. So, orchestrator. Remove polling from run loop. How about remove polling loop from run method? Introduce or use a scheduler to schedule work done periodically, as well as ping timeout handling, ping timeouts. There we go. So what, 1 down, 12 to go, or something like that? So I successfully got rid of, where are we? Today's plan. I got rid of the orchestrator main loop. But to be honest, well, that's not the right phrase. That said, that I took me 3.75 hours to get this. Most of that was setting up the scheduler component, which I'm going to reuse for all of these things, as well as getting used to the new way I have to program for this. Instead of having a polling loop that calls stuff, I have to do this schedule. Where is it? Let's just go to the, here we go. I was just there and I lost it. Yeah, I have to do this schedule thing, and then that ends up calling a function object factory to generate the thing we're going to call on callback. And the fact that if it's repeated, this is not the repeated one. If it's a repeated one, then the callback itself has to schedule the next one. So this pattern, and once I get used to it, I'll be able to do the same thing for here, and it'll be faster. So should I do the same thing for the worker Orchestrator worker thread. I want to get the orchestrator's CPU usage down to just what it does to scan processes, and that's it. So where was that one? Worker. Process worker delegate queue. So if this queue becomes not empty, we should do work. And what is this one? Yeah, why do I need to poll here at all? Wouldn't I just wait for either this queue to become not empty or whatever this does? Sorting buffer to be not empty? Yeah, why do I don't even need a scheduler for this. I think I was just being lazy. Is it because of this shutdown thing? Oh, we have to poll the shutdown flag because that's set by a Control-C handler. By an interrupt handler. That's right. Or it's set by something else, right? Yeah, it's set if we're running in the main. There are different ways you could run this service. It could be run as a daemon on Linux, it could be run as a Windows service, or it could be run on the command line. So different ways. If it's run on the command line attached to a terminal, then this interrupt handler is what sets that flag with SIGINT. And there are special precautions you have to take. Signal handlers aren't allowed to like call a lot of different functions, so it's probably not safe to do so, but if I could, I would. Ultimately, I'd like to set a promise here and then just have that loop just wait for that promise. Or a condition variable. So this would signal a condition variable? I don't know, maybe I should just research it. Is it safe to call to notify a condition variable from a signal handler? Notify condition. I can't spell today. Condition variable from signal handler. Here we go. Of course someone has asked it. Is it safe to use condition variable notify one in a signal handler? Answer? Blah, 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 blah. Implementation defined. That's what I was hoping not to see. No, you cannot use a condition variable because it is not a feature from the common subset. Well, that sucks. Although, you know, I could just test on all platforms that it's safe, right? How would I know if it's safe? That it just seems to work? Is that good enough? And it's only, I only use it to stop the program. Do I really care if it crashes? For the orchestrator, I do care because on Control-C, it has to shut down all of the other 3 servers, so I guess I could try it and test it on Linux and Windows, and if it works well enough, I could just go with it. Either that or I skip this for now and move on to another worker thread. I'm inclined to skip this for now. Move on to another worker thread. Let me handle the old web server client stuff next, because that's a good chunk of time, right? From this report. Oh, thanks for the follow. Baguette? Not this one. Not that one. This one. 9% just checking transactions, and most of the time spent just polling. Where was the HTTP server one? This one. 10%. So I could get back 20% just by knocking out those polling loops. So this line and this line, if I can knock those down, that'd be awesome. Okay, that's what I'll... If I get that done today, so I'll stream a little bit longer and try to get these done today. And then I can run it in the cloud and see what the impact really is. How is the game going, by the way? Are people actually playing it right now? Any shenanigans happening? We had this shenanigans that Nui did, placing swords in the game. Nui had almost the entire world covered with swords, and I cleaned some of them up just because I thought it was a little bit extreme, but I still left this subcontinent here with plenty of swords, lots of weapons. I don't think any shenanigans has been going on while I was gone. Okay, we have a new issue reported. The player name is obscured. Yeah, we know that. There was a ticket for that. I'll get back to it later. New player 237. Derp Kebab is not logged in anymore, but when they log in next time, we'll be able to see their name. Okay, cool. Cool. Let's go hit up one of those worker threads. So I think it doesn't matter which one I hit first, right? So which one will be nicer? The more impactful one was the server, right? But not by much. 1% more. Okay, we'll do the server. HTTP server. Actually, I can just look it up. Timer. Function is called timer. Here it is. Here's where we spend 10% of the CPU just waiting here. So this polling thing I need to try to get rid of. How's it been going? Okay. I got rid of all of the polling in the orchestrator, which is nice. Well, in the orchestrator's main loop. So the run now is very clean. It just schedules the next process scan and then waits until it's told to stop. And then everything else that used to be here, the ugly polling loop, is gone. Yeah, so I'm taking the performance stuff. I see that this function, we spend 10% of our time in here. And I can't see the source breakdown, but last time I looked, it's spending a majority of its time running this code. So basically, all of the overhead of unlocking and locking the mutex and then entering the condition variable's weight. So it's fundamentally because we're polling, and it's set to 50 millisecond period. So it's 20 hertz, right? It's waking up 20 times a second to do nothing at all. So I need to fix this. Yes, exactly. Polling is you wake up periodically, and instead I just wanted to only wake up when there's something to do. So in this case, the something to do is if the timeout has occurred for a graceful close, or a request exceeds an inactivity, or a request timeout, or an idle timeout. So there are 4 things I want to schedule. 3 of them result in a 408 sent back to a client. And the other one is to just drop the connection. So this is all I can do. I can do all this with schedulers. I don't need this worker thread at all. I'm going to remove this worker thread. How would I test this? If I just removed it now, it'll seem to work, but we'll leak connections and won't get timeouts, right? I'm trying to think. What's the best way to set up to see this happening now? I'd have to make a web client that purposefully opens a connection to the server and doesn't do anything with it. I might have unit tests that do this. Server. Do I have timeout? I guess I can search for 408 in the code. Okay, I have 2 tests that do this. Request timeout. Okay, this will work. Inactivity timeout. There we go. Request timeout. Excellent. And then there were 2 more, right? And I have already lost where it is. I should just pin this file. This whole place here. So we got request timeout and request timeout and inactivity timeout. Both call, okay. I wonder if I should say inactivity there. Anyway, There's also idle. What was the difference between inactivity and idle? Oh, this is if a request was in progress. So if the client started the request and they didn't finish it. Oh, right. I remember this. This is if they stop, and this is to address the, there's a name for this kind of denial of service where the client sends one character at a time very, very slowly. And this is like an overall timeout, and it's longer than this one. So we have to get the whole request done by a certain time, and then there has to be progress towards finishing the request, which is a shorter interval. This is if there's no request pending. That's right. Are your messages coming through? Yes. Why shouldn't they be? They're coming through. Yeah, I see them. Or you're not seeing them? Oh, you didn't get the other one from Liquidor. Oh, you did. Oh, you sent more messages and they didn't get through. That waiting is usually preferred since you don't get unnecessary wake-ups and can thus save some battery and processor time. Yeah, I don't know why that message didn't make it through. Liquidor didn't get it and I didn't get it. Weird. It was just that one though, I think. Yeah, so we have no test for idle timeout right now. And was there one for graceful? That would be connection broken, so maybe it's around here somewhere. I just have to look. Client connection broken? Is this it? No, I need a broken delegate true is what it would show up as. No, I don't think I have one. Unless there's something with the word graceful in it. What's this? Ban? Extend the ban? Oh, I think this is it. Okay, so this test we can use, and then those other two tests we can use as well. Not wise to put the marker on the same line. Okay, so this, marking the tests I'm going to use. Okay. So right now these should all, I haven't touched anything, so they should all pass. Okay, cool. So I'll use these tests to make sure that it works. All right. So until all of the components obey the new interface, I think I'll have a shim inside of HTTP for the timekeeper. This thing. So we'll make another class that just calls, that just bridges them. I'll make it local, I suppose. Actually, we can make it and toss it away. So I can just put the scheduler here right away. So same deal, right? Unique pointer, scheduler. Or do we need to? Yes. Yeah. So that's timekeeping, right? Scheduler. This is used to, well, hold on. I probably wrote this already about an hour ago. Yes. Why type it again when I've already written it? This is used to schedule work to be done without having to poll the timekeeper. Exactly. And then this will now depend on something else. Timekeeping. And let me do the right thing and add a link in the prerequisites here. How did I format this in other places? Hey, do I have one here? I do. So kind of like that. Timekeeping. A library of classes and interfaces dealing with tracking time and scheduling work. There we go. So rerun cmake and then done. And then I have access to include scheduler from here. Scheduler. Okay, now where to set the scheduler up? This had a mobilize, right? That's perfect. I'll use mobilize. So, in fact, one of the thin dependencies is the timekeeper, so here's a great place to do it. Scheduler equals time, or reset, new timekeeping scheduler, and then tell it to set the clock, and then we'll have to make a clock wrapper. So standard make shared clock wrapper that uses the same timekeeper. So that either one. And this will just be a temporary class just to bridge the two types together. So we can define it anywhere here. Let's put it here. I don't know. Right here. Struct clock wrapper is going to implement timekeeping clock in terms of the other timekeeping interface. So it will have to implement the only method here, which is that override. Just return the timekeeper, get clock, get current time. It works again? Oh, is Twitch misbehaving? Is that why you guys have been quiet? I mean, it hasn't been too quiet. We're back. Well, I didn't notice anything wrong. Were people chatting in game about it? Chat is dead. Okay, what point did that happen? That happened about 7 minutes ago. I don't have any timestamps in here. Actually, in the backend game, I could see exactly when you sent that, but I don't need to right now. Yeah, so we learned from the last time, if Twitch chat really stays dead, you can log in to my game and chat there. My chat doesn't die just because Twitch's chat dies. It's still dead. I can still send. Am I not receiving on the other end? No, mine is working. I think it's a regional thing. Some people it's working and some people it's not working. Hey, but look, it works in my game. Working. This chat is working at least. Only 1 out of 10 messages work. All right. I should just switch my overlay to show my own in-games chat, which includes the Twitch chat, right? Actually, why don't I do that? I wonder if I can get Chris to include an API from my game to integrate both Twitch chat and my games chat into one place as an overlay. Wouldn't that be interesting? Your message went missing. No, I'm seeing Newies. I'm seeing Liquidors. That's weird. Newie for a second didn't show up with the VIP badge, and so Check it out. This message didn't show with the VIP badge. It didn't get received by my golem either. Well, if it did, it didn't get reposted. I'm only seeing some of them. So is the golem seeing more than I'm seeing? Because this is running from AWS, and I'm running from my house. So if the golem's seeing messages that I'm not, then that would match what you guys are saying. I'm curious now, which one's seeing more, me or my golem? He's only going to print messages from VIPs and above, though. So Raimi won't... oh, actually, there was again. Look at that. Another one where the VIP badge didn't work. So Twitch chat must be just screwed. Yeah, different color. They must be having issues, huh? Alright, so I need a constructor that takes the timekeeper. And... well... yeah, that's it. I'll just store the properties directly here. Clock wrapper takes a... this, make it explicit that it only can be constructed from a HTTP timekeeper. So, shared pointer to a timekeeper. HTTP server time... what's the type? What is this type exactly? HTTP timekeeper. Okay. And then we can just do the initialization thing here, right? And then store it here. Say, this is the timekeeper wrapped by this adapter. Construct a new wrapper for the given timekeeper. And then that's all I need to say for that. I'll say, this is a temporary wrapper to adapt the HTTP timekeeper interface to the timekeeping clock interface. It will be removed once the HTTP timekeeper interface becomes obsolete. Your VIP badge is gone and now it's back again. Yeah, using game chat. That's true. So the golem is picking up stuff from Twitch, but you can also just message it directly. If you have an account in game. Golem might be out of the loop too. Well, it's running in AWS, so you know, if it's on Twitch's end, it probably will see problems too, right? We're looking into issues with chat not working. Stay tuned. Yeah, makes sense. My chat doesn't have issues. Ha! Did it fail? It probably just failed to pick it up from Twitch. Yeah, it's out of the loop too. Oh, it can't pick up messages it doesn't ever hear from, right? Also, it doesn't relay messages from non-VIPs. This is VIP only chat, really. I can see on the back end, if I turn on diagnostics, I can see that it receives something from a non-VIP, but I'm not printing anything right now. All right, so clock wrapper, make one. Is that all I need to do? Let's check it out. And then on demobilize, I need to shut the scheduler down. I need to do it without holding on to the mutex. It's roulette currently, yeah. We all should have it. It's just Twitch is messed up. Build time, build time. Actually, while it's building, I can just do the next thing. We should, yeah, just like we joined the timer thread, this would be a good place to just drop the scheduler, right? Yes, okay. My objective is to obsolete and get rid of this timer thread. I think I can do it. Here's where we join it. Okay, so for the first thing, let's look for this variable time closed gracefully. I would never do such a thing, Liquidor. Nui is like one of the top VIPs. I don't think you can un-VIP yourself, but why would you want to? All it is just a little bit of bling. I think you can even turn off the badge. Not too sure about that. I think you can turn it off. You can un-VIP yourself? I didn't know that. Can you just have it not display your own badge? Edit appearance. Okay, you can hide your channel badge or your global badge, but I don't know if you can hide your VIP badge. But if Skizzer says you can un-VIP yourself, then I guess you can. You can unmod yourself too? I don't know these things. I just assumed that you couldn't, because why would you want to? Well, but yeah, you might want to unmod yourself if you don't want the responsibility anymore. But un-VIP yourself, why would you do that? Like you don't feel you deserve to have the little extra badge? Okay, time closed gracefully. That's what I'm searching for right now. You had your reasons, I see. Okay, so here's where I just want to set a timeout, right? Yeah, so here I'll just set a timeout. So, scheduler, schedule something to happen current time plus the timeout interval. So mark that position, go back, graceful time, close timeout. There we go. And then what do? We do what this does over here, which is we do this. On connection broken. Well, that seems easy. I don't need the orchestrator stuff anymore, do I? So yeah, on connection broken, right? And what is that, not available from this context? Oh, it's our self. We can't call ourself? Because we don't have access to the connection state. Let's get a weak pointer to that, shall we? So standard weak pointer, connection state weak. And then we can capture that, and then we can say auto connection state equals connection state weak dot lock. If it's null, then that means it was destroyed in the meantime. So we can simply return. Otherwise, we can call that. And why does it not let me call it? Oh, we need the this. It's safe to do this. So I'm going to do it. Fix the indentation here. There we go. So we recover the connection state. If we still have it, we can say it's broken. And then I don't need the other place that did that anymore. So I can remove that from the timer. Which is nice because this was polling it a lot, right? So I can just remove all of this. Like that. Excellent. A buff seagull, yeah. Why'd you un-VIP yourself from Adams? I mean, you don't have to tell me. I guess you have reasons. Not Pickrua. No, you don't have VIP right now. Have you been here a lot? Hold on. You were last here, about 2 or 3 weeks ago. Yeah, I've been giving people VIP who are here a lot and regular in the channel, so you'll probably get VIP to hang out, you know? You don't even know what you're looking at. Well, right now, what I'm trying to do is remove this polling loop, right? This is very expensive. It turns out this takes up, the bulk. I can't show you the breakdown, but when I had it available before, after I had built it and instrumented it and run it, it was this line here, this highlighted code, that was taking up the bulk of the time, which told me that we're wasting a lot on overhead just constantly entering this wait for and then entering the lock, exiting the lock, checking this flag over and over again for no real good reason. So I'm trying to remove this entire loop, the entire need to poll, by instead of checking for these timeouts, actually schedule them to fire if they're not canceled before the timeout a period elapses. And in the case of that grace period, I think it's going to be automatic, because if it does close, where is that code? If it does close, we'll end up in this state here. At least if I did that right, did I? What did the old code look like down here? Can I ask GitLens to show me what it looked like? I think I can. Yes. Right. Basically, if it's still here, if it's still in the connection, so it won't be, and it'll end up going into that return statement if it gets closed. If it doesn't, it's still around after the grace period, then we force it to close, basically. Abrupt close. So this is good to test, right? Yeah, what am I polling right now? I'm polling to see if the connection state is still, does it still exist after the grace period? That means the other end of the connection didn't close their end. So it's kind of like a linger, only it's, instead of letting the OS do it, I'm doing it. Because it's one protocol stack level up, it's at the WebSocket level. So basically, if the other end doesn't close their WebSocket, after I've closed my end, I say, okay, goodbye. Forcibly close the underlying network connection. Okay, the test I had bookmarked to check this was this one, so we're going to run it again. And it failed. I think that might be because we didn't tell it to loop. Yeah, so we're not telling the scheduler to advance. How do I do that? I would have to have special access to it, so maybe I'll make a debug hook for it. Yeah, sounds good to me. So it happens on Mobilize, right? So let's get access to the scheduler this way. So auto scheduler, the server get scheduler. This will be a debug hook. So that means in server? Yeah. We'll add a debug hook here. And let me do my customary markers here. So shared, it's actually a unique pointer. Let's just have it return a reference. So that will be this way. Timekeeping scheduler reference get scheduler. But the WebSocket protocol has its own connection detection using heartbeats. Well, this is not the connection detection. This is the disconnection process. There's a handshake, right? So I don't want to close the underlying network connection until my goodbye has been acknowledged. And so I allow a grace period for the other end to receive the goodbye and then send its response. But if the other end is just not coded right, or there's a there's a break in the connection and I don't see that break, then after the grace period expires, I want to go ahead and say, okay, we'll free those resources, right? After a certain grace period. All right, if I do that, then that means I need to lift this include up one level. Hold on. Sorry about that. Timekeeping, there we go. I wanted to mark this, right? The same way I did it in, where did I do this? Orchestrator? No, it wasn't here. It was here, wasn't it? Ooh. Dog barking. Here we go. I wanted these special markers. Because I want to make sure I don't, what did I change here? Yeah, I don't want to accidentally use this method normally. Okay, see you, Toulouse. Enjoy your dinner. Not Pikrua says he really can't believe how there's literally no guide about how to debug C++ on VS Code. Imagine all the shitty Medium articles. There's gotta be some tutorials out there how to do it. When you use the build system generator like CMake, at least with CMake, it's actually pretty automatic. It sets up everything for you, so you just go to debug, and the most complicated part is setting up this kind of stuff. Like that it's a... and if you just do a add configuration, it fills in a lot of this for you. Like figuring this out, yeah, maybe that's the most complicated part, but after that, it just kind of works. So maybe there's no tutorials on it because it's really not that complicated? I don't know. You're already a mod, Rally Monkey. You can't be more than a VIP if you're already a mod. You could be a super mod, maybe. What they have, like a channel editor? In IRC, it was a super mod or something. A super op or operator? 20,000. Internet janitor. Okay, let's rename this. Return access to the scheduler used by the... Actually, when I think about it, if I'm going to have one common scheduler, I should maybe pass the scheduler in or something. Well, they'll end up all having their own worker threads. Maybe that's better. Return access to the scheduler used by the web server. Okay, now we're going to put this near here, right there. Server there. And that's just going to return impl scheduler dereferenced. Okay, so now in the tests where we're testing it, we get access to it, and I'm going to use that to advance time here. So basically after we change the timekeeper's time, we got to bump the scheduler. So that was another thing called wake up, used for testing. I'm hoping that fixes it. That should trigger the callbacks to happen. And yeah, let's see if it works. No. It was worth a try. So what's going on here? Let me make sure it actually gets into the schedule call in the first place. Here. Let's go here. And debug. That's the other thing, by the way. With the Test Explorer and your test framework extensions in VS Code setup, it's super easy to debug. You just click a button and it's just debugging. It got in here. Does it never getting into here though, maybe? Go. It got into there, but maybe it's null? Okay, it's null. Is that the problem? It should not have been null. Okay, where are we in the main thread then? It's not null. Here's a reference to it. Why would it have gotten to be null? I guess if it got into here, let's restart and see. Oh, I see what it did. I didn't initialize it. We gotta do this. Otherwise it's gonna stay null and never get to a real value. Okay, cool. So there are two things wrong. The waking up the scheduler for testing and then not initializing the weak pointer. Okay, cool. One down. Two more to go. We don't need these breakpoints anymore. All right, so it's this one we're done. Done. Done with that one. Don't need these old ones. Okay, so back to timer. It handled three conditions that time out, right? Inactivity, request, and idle. So which one's first to do? What we should do is whenever request in progress is set, we should cancel this timeout, and when it's cleared, we should set this timeout. So let me look for where that is set. And I'll have to have a flag here, or I'll need to hold a token, so request, what is it? I give it a name, right? Idle timeout? Request idle. No, let's just call it idle timeout token. When no request is in progress, this is the token obtained from the scheduler for the scheduled timeout callback. Idle. There we go. Right. So if it's oh, this is if we finished one request and we're starting a new one? And this is if we started a new one. Right? Or is this just making sure it's true? This looks like it's whenever it's receiving any data. Even if it already was true. Does this call that start new request somewhere? What calls start new request? Try request assembly calls it. New connection calls it. Oh, it gets to this point if it got a complete request. So yeah, we should start the timeout for the next request afterwards, right? Yes, so I think that's the one point where we do it right here. It is, we set the timeout here. If it's false. If it's false, then we're going to set the timeout. Yep. scheduler. Well, we're gonna end up putting it in idle timeout. Is that what I called it? Idle timeout? I meant to put token in front. Oh no, wait a minute. That's the actual timeout value. Where what did I call the token then? Did I put it somewhere else? It would be shoot, where was I? Here, right? Oh, it's in connection state. Okay, yeah, so it's connection state idle timeout token equals scheduler schedule. And it's going to be now plus, let's put a bookmark there and go back and look. It is idle timeout. Actually, I was just looking at that, right? And then what do we do here? Whatever the timeout thing did, this is doing many, okay, so I should make a helper that does this. And we can call it from more than one place, right? And it doesn't need access to the lock, which is good. Right, making a new response and issue it. So, you know what I'll do is I'll just take issue response and make a custom one. Issue response. Yeah, so let's make a custom issue response. Issue timeout response, right? Issue timeout response, and that doesn't need a response because it's going to make one. Doesn't need that flag, so it just needs a connection state, like the other one had. Yeah, so it just needs those two, right? This method sends a request timeout response back to the given client. Yeah, exactly. So here we go. Do it here. Make a new response. There's no lock anyway, so we don't have to do that. And we just call our other overload with that response and true. Good. So that becomes all I need to do in the timeout then. Like that. And then I need to know the connection state. Oh. Well, that's a bummer. It is can I just capture it by reference? Is that safe? Let me think about this. It's not safe because, well, if we cancel it when the connection is dropped, but I'd rather have a pointer to it. So can we get a pointer to it from all these? I have to follow this call chain up to see if we have a pointer at some point. Oh, we do. Okay. So I need to pass along the pointer because it could be shared by a callback now. So we're modifying this shared pointer. And we're removing the dereference, right? Because that's a shared pointer, right? Yep. And if we call it anywhere else, I need to update it. Nope. So these become arrows. Hold on. Arrow. Arrowed. Okay, start next request needs a 2. That is a shared pointer. And then again, all of these dot ones become arrows. And then I can do the trick with the weak pointer. Weak pointer. This weak. Initialize it with the strong pointer. Recover it, actually pass it as in the capture and then recover it. So auto that equals that lock if the connection no longer exists, then we don't need to do anything. Actually, since it's a single line, I'll just do it that way. There we go. And then I'll need to cancel the token once a request is in progress. So I need to look for this again when it gets set to true. I guess it would be there. Hold on, let me think about this. Okay, it's definitely set there. Maybe that's the place it's supposed to be then. So if connection state idle token is not 0, cancel it, right? So scheduler cancel that token. All right. I think that's all I need to do. Because yeah, okay. So let's see if that's all let's see if that'll work. That's this. Oh wait a minute! I didn't have a test for this one. I had one for inactivity and request, but not for idle. I didn't have one for idle. How do I make one? Just make a connection and then don't send anything? Like don't even do a get, just connect and... Okay, I guess I can do that. Yeah, okay, let's make one. Alright, so this will be idle timeout. Let me make sure I don't have something called idle already. Oh, I do. It was right here. I just didn't see it. Okay. Okay, so I don't need the one I just made. Which one is the one I just made? This one, right? Yeah. This is the new one I just made. I just didn't find the other one before. Cool. So let's run it and see if it works now. It won't. Oh, it shouldn't. Because they didn't do the... Well, there's going to be a bit of a race, isn't there? Actually, the await... No, actually, this shouldn't have worked. Oh, is it because I didn't remove the code from the timer? Yeah. So the moment I remove this, it'll break. Let me try it. Oh, where do I set this correctly? Oh, I did. I just don't need that variable anymore. Yeah, okay, good. An editor doesn't have more powers than a mod. In fact, you can be an editor without being a mod. Being an editor gives you access to part of the dashboard. Huh. I didn't know that. I guess I assumed an editor was like a super mod. Alright, I got an error here somewhere. Oh yeah. Fixed. Idle timeout. This should break. But to fix it, I need to advance the scheduler. So after I mobilize, I do auto schedulers server get scheduler. And after every time I advance the clock, I need to do a scheduler wake up. There we go. Thanks for the follow. C19946. That reminds me of the random number generator. MT 19937. Your name reminds me of that. The Mersenne Twister pseudo random number generator. Welcome. We can edit the title, game, and tags. We can create highlights for VODs. Oh, that's nice. All right. Yay, fixed it. Okay, that's one less thing. This timer's days are numbered. The last two things, right? Inactivity and request timeout. So, I think it all comes down to these variables, right? So every time we receive some data, we need to reset the inactivity timeout if a request is in progress. So that means I'll need 2 more timeouts. Or 2 more tokens, right? That correspond to these roughly. When a request is in progress, this is the token obtained from the scheduler for the scheduled inactivity. Let's add the other one too at the same time. While we're here, right? And this one will be is tied to this when it started. This is request timeout token. There we go. You can raid and host too? Well, that could be abused, though. In the middle of his stream, you could just raid someone else, right? So it's really for a trusted person. Alrighty. Oh, this is the other thing that the timer does. It clears... What is this doing exactly? What is this? It makes a set and then drops them. I don't know why. I don't think I need this. This is maybe to overcome some kind of using an object when it's been destroyed thing, right? Why would I do that? Why indeed? Oh, because the final reference to a connection might be in there, and if we let it go while we're holding the lock, it could be a deadlock. I remember that. Yeah. Did you just get a host? I don't know. Where would I be able to tell? In the activity feed, I don't see any host. Half your apps can't connect. So did you get a forced upgrade to Android 9? That sucks. I hate those forced upgrades. Alright, we're still searching for that, right? Inactivity timeout. Okay, here's where we would set them. Where we would set... Okay, let me do the request timeout because that we only want to set here, right? Connection state. Bad with the keyboard today. Request timeout token equals scheduler schedule now plus request timeout, right? And what are we getting? We have to do the same thing with the weak pointer. I already make one here. Why don't I just copy that up to there, and then we'll just reuse it. Okay, and then what do we do for request timeout? Oh, it's the same thing. Okay. So it's the same, it's actually the same thing. What if I made a common, let's make a common one, right? So we'll take that and say const auto timeout callback equals that. And then this can just be timeout callback. And this one can also be just timeout callback. So there's an idle timeout, a request timeout with different values, depending on if a request is in... I like this. Okay. So we just need to make sure we cancel that when the request is done. Request is done when the request in progress gets set to false, which would be there, I think, if it was true. So we have to, okay, so I can say if there is one. If connection state request timeout token not equal to 0, then we're going to cancel it. Scheduler cancel this guy and set it to 0. Okay, cool. That's one of them. Let's test that. Taking it out of the timer's responsibility is doing this. Right? So that should break that other test until I have the scheduler actually move. It is request timeout, so that should break. Okay, and then to fix it, it's the same thing. After we mobilize auto scheduler, it was server get scheduler. And then every time we advance the clock, I gotta do scheduler wake up. 3 times. There we go. Run. Yay! Okay. And then one last one. Inactivity timeout. So that is controlled with that variable right here. Or here. Why do I have it in both places? This will call the other one, right? Yeah, that'll call try request assembly, which ends up calling start next request if we weren't already in one. So why did I bother doing that in both places? Hold on. There's a lot of chat all of a sudden. Okay, see you, Liquidor. Good night. Gonna head to bed early by your standards, at least totally exhausted. Haven't even coded anything for 2 nights now? Oh no. I'm gonna try to make a new fun project for my game this weekend. Uh-oh. Did you see what Nui did, Liquidor? Maybe your bot could do this. I at first thought maybe your bot did this, picking up the swords and just finding an empty spot and dropping it, because the entire world was almost filled up with swords. So I'm like, either someone very dedicated to doing that did it, or a bot did it. Yeah, it was fun. But don't get any funny ideas now, Liquidor. Yeah, I didn't want the whole world to be filled up with swords because I thought it was getting too absurd. So, but I didn't want to ruin Nui's work, so I left it in part of the game. Yeah, it was funny. Yeah. That's what it looked like. Didn't manage to get the entire world, but got a majority of it. Very impressive. And I like the reconstruction of the world map, by the way. Alright. This start next request. I'm wondering if I'm calling it from more than one place, and that's why I'm setting that variable. Oh, I am. Look at that. Oh, I set it on the initial connection before we get any data. So yeah, I do want... Yeah, okay. I do want this to set it. So there are 2 places where I'm going to set it. Which is fine. There'll be a little bit of duplication, right? Right, so we're gonna duplicate the what's it called? Not idle. Inactivity? Yeah, inactivity. We're canceling any previous inactivity token. And then we're setting a new one down here. Inactivity token, and that's the inactivity timeout. But then I gotta do the same thing over here. So I have to replicate this timeout callback. Where is it? Where's this timeout callback? There it is. I think I'll just put it in situ here, comma, capture that, and then I need the weak pointer. All right, weak. You are weak. You are weak. There's the weak pointer. All right, and then cancel one. Yeah, I need the cancel code too. Now, a more advanced thing would be like update or reschedule. I guess I could do that. What would that involve? Making a new entry with the same callback? But then I'd have, yeah, it would be hard for the scheduler to do it with a priority queue. So cancel the previous one and make a new one. Because we know we're going to do that, I can take that out and just do that. This is going to end up canceling the one we're setting here unless I do this later. I think I'll do it later. So what I'll do is I'll have this set to 0 here. And then if it's still 0 later, then we will set it. So down here. All the way down here. If two things are true, then we're going to set it. So if there's a pending request and we don't have a timeout. So how do we know that? It is this flag. If that's still true. If that and this is 0, set it. There we go. Going long today? I think I'm almost done. Every hour it increases. You did screenshot at some points in development, edited a bit to remove your monster sprites. Cool. Yeah, you stitched it together. I remember doing similar things with Ultima, actually. Stitching maps together. Ah, inflation. Yeah. Yeah, I see. I'm almost done. If I get this to work, it will... I'm not done yet. Before I have to remove it from the timer. So the timer doesn't do this anymore. So it doesn't need to do this. So which means it doesn't need to do that. Which means it doesn't need that. It doesn't need to do that. So all it's doing now is waiting. It's polling for that flag, right? All right, and that's inactivity timeout, right? Will fail until I do the trick with the scheduler. Server get scheduler. Scheduler has to wake up on every time the clock changes. Here we go. Run. Pass. Yay. All right, let's run all of them. Okay, something broke. Connection rate limit is broken. Too many requests? Why would that break? Idle timeout is broken. That's more important. Why did that one break? 71. Yeah, that should have... Oh, wait a minute, no. What is this? That should have broken before. Unless I misunderstood this. Oh, you're going to sleep now? Okay. Thank you, Nui. See you later. Why did I expect this not to break after a second when the request timeout is a second? Oh, because we haven't started a new request yet. Yes. Okay, so the request. Okay, I must have screwed up in setting the request timeout. Let's find where I do that. You gotta go now? Small person banging on your chair and crying? Well, yeah, you gotta do something about that small person, so see ya, Rally Monkey. I'm almost done anyway. That's where we cancel it. Where do we set it? Right here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we only want to set it if a request is in progress, right? So kind of like only if it goes into there do we do that. Right? Because it could be set back to false if the reassembly buffer is empty. Yeah, there we go. Fixed it, I think. Try again. Nope. It got further this time. Got all the way down to here. And it broke at this mark when it should not have. Oh. This is because it completes the request? Yeah, this is the complete request, right? So it sent the complete request, got a response, and then it shouldn't break because it should have reset the idle timeout. So why did it break? Did I not cancel the request timeout? At the correct place? Yeah, this should have broken it, right? Let's see what happens. Let me, what's the best place to find this? I guess I will, put a breakpoint on the timeout function, the, 409, 408. Put a breakpoint here and then just run that test. Yep, debug. Okay, where in the call stack am I? Can you give you a TLDR what I'm doing? Yeah, so TLDR is I am making a game. It looks like this. It's about a month old, so it's very young and there's not much you can do in the game. But I'm running the backend. It's programmed in C++. Backend is on Amazon Web Services. That has a 10% CPU limit before I either have to pay more or it gets throttled. And I'm trying to improve the performance of the game to keep myself under that 10% baseline. And I had run some performance measurements and I saw that this function called timer, it was taking 10% of my program CPU, and it shouldn't have. All it should do is trigger when timeouts happen. And I traced it down to the code right here, this wait, just polling with a condition variable with a mutex. It's taking out an enormous amount of overhead. So I'm trying to eliminate this polling thread, and I'm almost done. I'm just fixing the test now. Now that I've removed all the code and we're doing it with a scheduler like that is calls you back rather than having to poll to see if the time has elapsed to that point. I don't need this thread anymore. I can get rid of it, and hopefully I've gotten rid of as much as 10% of my overhead. So that's what I'm doing today. What I normally do is evolve this game. So you can look at my notebook. Today and yesterday has been server performance improvement, right? But before that, I prototyped items in the game, which is why you see all these swords everywhere. That's because one of my viewers picked up, all the swords are being spawned in this little area, and they went and picked them up and dropped them everywhere. But just adding elements of game systems, game logic, game components over time. And if you want to see how it looked like from the beginning, I have that recap video here. Shows what happened during May, and then I'll have another one at the end of June. And yeah, it didn't exist at the beginning of May. So it was like the second week of May, we went from a totally black placeholder screen to having this within a month. So that's the TLDR version. Actually, that was sort of long, wasn't it? But at least you didn't have to read it. Is there a TLDL? Too long, didn't listen? Gosh, I hope not, because I sort of am a long-winded person. Okay, I wanted to see why we're getting a timeout here. Is it shouldn't. Issue a timeout. Why? Okay, that we won't get context about. Okay, so it's either this one or this one, I guess, or this one. Which one would it be? The other thing I can think of is the idle timeout got triggered. So yeah, maybe I didn't cancel the idle timeout properly. It gets canceled when data is received. Oh, it should also get canceled when the request is done, shouldn't it? Yeah. We should cancel it when on new request. Yes, we should do it up here. In fact, we should cancel all timeouts here on new request. There we go. Cancel all timers. Oh, cool. I'm glad you think so. And thanks for the follow. Yeah, I'm only a one-person team, so... And I'm not very good at art, so... Set your expectations pretty low. If you want a game with a lot of, you know, AAA stuff, 3D, that this isn't the game for you. This is more... I set the bar pretty low by picking an old-style game that I wanted to build my own version of, and what I was inspired by when I was a kid growing up was Ultima series, which looked like this. So I felt that this is a game I could probably make reasonably well, but any kind of game that was made much more recently, it's really hard for a single developer to do that by themselves. But this, I think I can do this. Making it multiplayer is probably the most ambitious part of it. I don't actually think RPGs in and of themselves are that hard, because you just set down the rules of what combat is like and what abilities are and how you power up, and then you just see what people think, and then you just tune it over time, iteratively, until people like it. And that's I don't think that part will be that hard. The hardest part, yeah, is going to be the multiplayer stuff. Very friendly and iteratively adding more stuff. Yeah, they are very friendly for that. Adding more content and changing the existing world. I guess the only problem is when people get really used to how things are balanced, and then you nerf or buff different classes and they get upset. So that, again, is in the class of problems that I like to call problems that I would like to have. Which means if I have that problem, that means enough people are playing the game that I could be successful, even if I have those problems. All right, I'm going to see if that passes my test, because then I can go eat lunch. If I pass the test, I can eat. Did I not build? Oh no, I can't eat yet. What did I do wrong? It's still getting there, so it's still timing out. Let's see why. This is sort of hampering my ability to know which timeout is which. So what if I temporarily add something to this? Actually, I can just duplicate it. I use it how many times? 1, 2, 3. So I can just make 3 of them. And then the compiler will tell me which one I hit. So this is 3, that's 2. 2 and 3. I want to know which timeout I'm hitting. This is pretty much pure C++. There are some libraries that I did not write. I like to write stuff oops, I shouldn't have closed everything. I like to write stuff myself, but I didn't write everything. So the transport security is from LibreSSL, which is a fork of OpenSSL. And I'm not using it yet, but I plan to use Lua for rapid prototyping, and I didn't write that, obviously. zlib for compression, did not write that. Collapse everything so I can show it. zlib. There's this password strength estimator I did not write. Google Test Framework, which I use for unit testing, didn't write that. But pretty much everything else is handwritten from C++ and the standard library that comes with it. Need my bookmark back. There we go. All right, so let's run the test that failed again and debug it. And then which timeout am I in? I'm in number 3, which is the inactivity timeout. Oh, did I cancel the wrong one? No, I did cancel it right there. So why is it getting set again? Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, we shouldn't be setting it here. Right? Yeah, we should only be setting it if there's a request. Did I swap these by mistake? Yeah, okay, that's the bug. These two timeouts are started together. If we're handling a request, this is if if we are between requests. That's the problem. Cool. So yeah, there are 3 timeouts involved and I wasn't setting them up right. Oh, did it close my other file? Good thing I have the bookmarks set up. Get me back my file. There we go. Find the test that's failing. There it is. Run it. Yay! Maybe I can eat now. Let's run all the tests. Uh-oh. Failing 2 of them. This one's failing now? What did I do wrong here? It's not getting a response after... Oh, is it? It's the request timeout. Yeah, wait a minute. It should cancel. It should timeout. Oh, but it didn't timeout. That's the problem. Why didn't it timeout? Oh, shoot. We don't want to reset the request timeout if one was already set. But that doesn't happen here. It would be on... yeah, where is it? It's being canceled? Or it's being reset? Hold on. Let's debug that one. Which timeout is it? Oh, no, it's never hitting a timeout. Hold on. Is that the problem? It's not hitting any timeout at all? How many hours do I do this per day? I do about 4. Right now I'm on 5 hours, though. So that is... I've done 821 hours so far. 203 streams. And some of the work I pull in is from before I was streaming, so it's maybe a little bit more if you wanted a real number. And yeah, it's not like I work the most efficiently. Yeah, but yeah, all of it's tracked now and uploaded to YouTube, so I could count. I don't have the count for this month or May, but I could probably get it, and it's roughly, what is it? About 4 hours a stream, 4 to 5 hours. So what is that in a month? 5 times like 20 to 25 hours. No, that's not right. 5 times 5, 25 times 4 again, about 100 hours a month. Does that sound right? What? Oh, it just didn't get a response. Hold on. 1629? It's supposed to get a response there, but no, it shouldn't. Oh, no, it should because it... Okay, so maybe it's being canceled. So I should put a breakpoint where it's being canceled. Like right here. Actually, let's search for this token here. Where is it being canceled? Here? Okay, then maybe that's being hit. Let's find out why. Let's find out if it is. No, it's not hitting it. Weird. Do you edit that list manually every stream? Which one? This one? There's only 2 numbers I have to edit. It's part of my post-stream routine. I update that number and that number. That's it. And if I ever have to reboot my modem, I increment that. And if I have a blue screen, I increment that. It's not a big deal. It helps motivate me. I look at that and see, wow, I sure have worked on this a long time. Okay, but seriously though, the request isn't complete even though we should have timed out? How would I debug this? Is it this one? Let me comment that out and see if it gets past that point. Is it the receiving of more data? That's the problem. No? That's weird. Because once it exceeds the request timeout, okay, maybe the request timeout's not right. So I would find that here. What? It's never getting there. Ooh, that's a problem. Why would it not hit that line? This one. Hold on, is it hitting that line? Debug. It does hit that line, and it is false. Why is it false? Because it hasn't received data yet? Wait a minute. Let's see where in the main thread it hits this. New connection. Right, but then it receives... Oh, it receives data. Shoot. Okay, I think I know what it is. So back to here. We set a new request up. It'll cancel any old one, but right now, yeah, it hasn't gotten data yet, so it won't set one up. Oh, shoot, that's right. It's got to set up both of these in the other thread, too. Damn it. Data received, right? Data received. Cancel idle, cancel inactivity. But when we set them up down here, right, it only sets up inactivity. It's got to set both up. So, but it's the same body, so we'll do the same trick. So const auto timeout callback equals that. And just set them up for both with the different timeout periods. Okay. I'm glad I had this unit test suite I made, I don't know how many months ago for this module. Came in really handy. Yay, passed it. So I could probably remove the redundant copies here, 2 and 3. Clean this up a bit. This I could combine. I'm going to do it later because I'm hungry, but this is the same set of code that's done over in data received down here, right? It's pretty much the same as, so that is the same as that. It's, here's the callback, set up those 2 timeouts. It's the same as this. I'll do it later. Thanks for the follow, Raveyak. For now, let's just run all my tests, and if it all passes, I think I'm just gonna go eat. I'll call it a day. No, I had one, but it's not related to the timeouts. This was just broken. Why? Ban requests, a bad request while on probation extends ban. Why? Oh, because this has to do with timers. Okay, that's easy to fix. Because it's now using the scheduler, we have to say get access to the scheduler. Get scheduler. Because whenever we mock time now, we have to advance the scheduler or wake it up like this. Wake up scheduler. And again down here and down here. Otherwise the timeouts don't work. Okay, run it again. Yay. Okay, cool. So all my unit tests pass. I'm going to call it a day. Even though I haven't run it in the integrated platform, I think it should work. Maybe what I'll do after the stream is measure the numbers again and post it on my Discord. So if you're curious to know what the numbers look like, I'll probably post them there. I should be back tomorrow morning, if my wrist doesn't hurt, at 10 a.m. Pacific. I didn't drop any frames today. Wow. 10 a.m. Pacific or 1700 hours UTC. So if you liked what you saw, please come back. If I get enough performance boost from what I just did, I might work on more game dev tomorrow. What would it be? Maybe I'll ask for opinions in Discord. What I really like to do is update the tools I have built in here that let me edit. Because one thing I ran into today was it was sort of tedious to select each of these swords to remove them or change them. It'd be nice if I could just do shift right click. Right now when I right click on this window here, it destroys the background tile, but it leaves the sword there. It would be nice if shift right click destroyed the item and left the background, right? Let me repaint the background again. Oh, you want me to put you in utter darkness? Here, we can do that. Your wish is my command. You can walk around in the void right now. It's passable. So I might work on that, or what else? The chat window. People have wanted me to have different tabs here to where you can filter, like to not see the golem messages might be nice because they get kind of annoying. I might work on that. But we'll see. I'll post it on my notes here. If anyone really is curious, they can look for 205 to show up, or I'll post it tomorrow before I stream. So before I go, let me check to see if any new accounts got created. I don't think so. Nope. Who's the points leader right now? It's still Nui. We had some people kind of catching up to those leaders. The leaders, the top 7 are 30 plus. Yeah. All right, let me see who I can raid, and I'll go eat something. Sounds like a plan to me. You're too low on that list? Well, you didn't want I was going to give you points for helping moderate, but you didn't want them. Just remember that, Plaintiff Skizzers. You would be above, you'd be in the top 10 with Toulouse, maybe, if I gave you points for doing moderator work. Oh, thanks for coming by, HR Cobra. Let me try to find someone on my list who is interesting. Oh, bother? Hardware for a new board. Let's see. I'm watching an ad now, but I think I'm going to rate Oh Bother. So not exactly game dev, not exactly at all, not nearly game dev. He's an interesting streamer because if you sub to his channel, you get your name burned into a wooden board, or he calls it his sub wall, I guess. And right now he's working on miscellaneous project stuff, hardware for a new board. So he's like a maker. He makes stuff. Sometimes programs, a lot of times it's hardware though. You're watching XRA? I can look at XRA later, but I don't know them. So I'm gonna rate Obother today. I feel like it. So here we go. I'm sure you'll enjoy. Obother is very fun to watch. So till next time, my friends. Take it easy. Have an awesome rest of your day, and see you tomorrow. Bye.